Hi, how are you? Good to see you again. How are you? Thank you for doing this with us. Like distance that how many items? Oh yeah, 16, 17.
Deja funcționează. Bună ziua, doamnelor și domnilor! Bine ați venit la conferința regională Banii în politică. Ne bucurăm și suntem mândre.
Welcome to the regional conference Money in Politics. We are happy and proud to host this meeting this year as well. Last year, we were talking about the opportunities and challenges of political financing online. Today's conference is actually a continuation of the discussions and of the joint effort to examine and identify the best solutions to regulate funding in politics, and particularly online.
Acest efect al dublului efect al finanțării politice.
The effect of financing in politics is certainly not univocal. On one hand, we have more accessible instruments, greater inclusion, greater impact. On the other hand, we have major challenges that target security, transparency, and the fairness of the electoral process. We are happy to have today with us representatives of the line institutions from more than 10 countries. They lead institutions that must supervise and keep under control funding of the political parties. We have high-level officials as well, and colleagues from the line institutions from our country. We have as well development partners with us, as well as those who are involved in the process, those who are involved in ensuring a fair and responsible campaign online as well. I welcome here the presence of the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Igor Grosso. He will have the floor for a few welcoming remarks. Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman. I commend the organizers on this event and allow me to congratulate Madam Chairwoman. It's her birthday today, but she's at work. So happy birthday, and may you have lots of luck, and may you be successful in your office. The event, of course, was not dedicated to your birthday. It's just a coincidence. Financing of political parties. It is a topic which is quite permanent. I believe that the way political parties are financed the extent to which this financing is transparent and correct determine the state policies. I see direct connection between lack of transparency, incorrect financing of the political party, and the governing act. Let me put this even more simply. The behavior, the old habits of illegal financing from inside or from outside, which existed and some of them still persist, they all have an impact on the resilience of the institutions and processes in any country. Now Moldova is going through a very difficult period, a very challenging one. We see hybrid interferences from abroad, particularly from abroad, and this is no secret. I think it's no secret for anyone. We see a very clear, accentuated trend, to put it mildly, to fund some groups, and the funding comes from Kremlin. And these groups include people who are in conflict with law, people who have been sentenced in court and being supported by this country, Russian Federation. They are insistently trying to discredit the main element of democracy in a country, in this case in the Republic of Moldova. They are trying to discredit the process of elections. And they are using money. They're using dirty money, money of dubious origin. And this means an enormous effect on the Central Electoral Commission, on the FIU, on the tax service, on the central bank, on other services as well. This means an additional effort for them because they need to trace what some people are doing. Some people think for some reason that they can do anything. In the era of digitalization and globalization, challenges are even greater. The funding of online campaigns is already something which we constantly see. And here we need international cooperation. And I'm glad to see representatives of different countries here. When we want to have a clear position, when we want to have an impact on the behavior and positions of the giants who determine what happens on the social media, let us admit, Moldova just has no chance to do this. We're a small market, we do not have a lot of consumers, so we're not very attractive. And that is why we need a common voice. We need to find a balance between the natural desire of companies to make money on commercials, and not just on commercials, and stability of countries such as the Republic of Moldova. So think about this, and do discuss this during the conference as well. Otherwise, I would like to reassure you that the Parliament is very open. We are going through a very dynamic period of time. The techniques of, unfortunately, illegal financing of political parties mutate at an incredible speed. we can't anticipate what they could do. We just have to at least try and keep the pace with them. We succeeded in previous campaigns, and I think we will succeed in the current campaign. And we will be able to ensure equal opportunities for all competitors. Financing must be transparent. This is the key. I started with that. The way in which political parties are financed influences the behavior of the political decision makers. There is direct connection between these two. Illicit activities get propagated if politicians that were funded illegally get into leadership positions. So once again, I commend the organizers, and we look forward to the outcome of this event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have underscored the need of regulating the online space. We are going to discuss the topics that you have brought up in the forthcoming 2 days. Politics, indeed, is not a new topic. It is perennial, and we are facing different challenges. And still, we need transparent, correct financing and correct and transparent reporting of the costs incurred in campaigns. Moreover, we are now seeing disinformation campaigns in the online environment. We see manipulation, and this area is under little control. Yes, we did take a number of steps. We took efforts. We studied international practices in control of financing of political parties. We've been supported. We studied international practice as well. But the topic of money in politics and finance in the online environment and newer topics such as disinformation, manipulation are very important. Who orders these messages that are spread in the online environment? This is important, particularly in the context of us getting ready for the presidential elections in autumn and for the constitutional referendum, which would allow amendment of the constitution in the context of joining the EU. Globalization intensifies these negative phenomena. Online platforms become a tool for the political actors more and more often. They allow them to target an audience. They can send the message the way they want it to be. And this becomes a major concern in the context of ensuring a fair electoral process. We need to apply rules. There have to be rules, just like we have the rules in the media environment, which is under control of the Audiovisual Council. And the figures tell us that the platforms, the online platforms, are very popular. There are more than 3.5 billion searches per day on Google. So these are active monthly users of Facebook and YouTube. There's more than 3 billion of them. And people do use internet in Moldova quite often. More than 61.5% of the population use the internet. Moreover, the source of information, the key source of information is the online environment. So we do need to consolidate our joint efforts in regulation, or at least imposing clear rules, just like we have for the traditional media. 4 years ago, the report of the Commission on Democracy through Law of the Council of Europe has underscored that the social networks have changed the nature of the electoral campaigns and the rules of campaigning. For example, the regulation of political commercials. These are very often not adapted to the digital environment, and they open the door for non-transparent actions of foreign actors. This is what we have seen in the elections of the previous year. This allows us to take action. Some people have said that we were too tough. But there is a saying, it's better to have a tough law than to have no law at all. In that case, we can speak about equal opportunities and some norms in the process. At the beginning of this year, the European Parliament has approved the norms on the transparency of political commercials. This will make campaigns more transparent, more democratic, and more safe in terms of rules that need to be followed by all actors. Because all those who are involved in the electoral process have the responsibility. Political actors, competitors, public authorities, we all have a share of that responsibility, and that means we need to take action. We will discuss that in the forthcoming days. And I would like to express my gratitude to those who have allowed for this dialogue and for this event. I would like to express my gratitude to the NDI, to OSCE, ODIHR, to the Council of Europe, to the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, National Democratic Institute, International Republican Institute, and the Westmain Foundation for Democracy. I would like to conclude with a statement that to make a difference, you have to be brave. You have to have the will. So, in these 2 days, let us exchange good practices. Let us learn. Learn from one another. And let us be strong and confident in identifying rules for the online environment so that we can comply with the democratic principles of organizing and conducting elections. In this age of opportunities, let us advance to a world where democracy prospers despite digitalization. Our effort to ensure democracy must be ongoing and joint. Now I would like to invite to say the welcoming remarks. Mike Kees, the Deputy Ambassador of Netherlands Embassy in Chisinau.
Dear participants, it's a great honor to welcome you today. My name is Maaike Keizer. I'm the Deputy Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to the Republic of Moldova. This conference is organized by IDEA, And we as the Netherlands are one of the founding members of international IDEA. The integrity of elections and political processes is an important aspect of democracy and rule of law. And Moldova is facing many challenges as a result of Russian hybrid warfare that spreads to the political life, informational space, and national security. The issue of illegal political authority funding is nowadays more than ever a big challenge. And the capacity of the authorities to identify and properly investigate such phenomena are stretched at maximum, putting a huge burden on the resilience of state institutions. But nevertheless, this is not a reason to give up. This is an opportunity to find creative solutions to such exceptional challenges. And I hope that the discussions today will be a good opportunity to reflect on what can be done in these challenging times to preserve the integrity of the elections and the democratic processes. Netherlands supports Moldova's reform agenda and the ambition to join the EU. Free and fair elections together with an integral justice sector capable to investigate political corruptions are some of the priorities of the Dutch government's support in Moldova. We support investigative journalists that reflect and investigate campaign finances. We support strengthening the resilience to cyber attacks of electoral processes. And at least but not last, we support the efforts to reform the justice sector, to restore the trust and its capacity to prosecute corruption, including in politics. Disinformation and the use of fake narratives are part of the hybrid warfare used to influence elections outcomes. Earlier this year, the Audiovisual Council has started a pilot on AI software to monitor disinformation that helps the Council to use more efficiently its human resources and act faster on sanctioning disinformation. Netherlands was happy to contribute to the purchase of the software, and we're looking forward to see its first results in the upcoming electoral cycles. I wish you all a very inspiring conference, and thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations that will arise from this conference. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumim, Excelență, cu adevărat această...
Thank you, Your Excellence. Indeed, this must be a concern throughout the electoral cycle. We should not focus on this in campaigns only. Now, I would like to welcome Frank Lange, head of the Council of Europe office in Chișinău. Mr. Lange, you have the floor. Council of Europe office is a trusted partner of the Central Electoral Commission in improving the electoral practices, including the practice of monitoring and control of political finance. Mr. Lange, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chairwoman, Maike, Mr. van der Stark. Dear participants, I'm very honored and glad to be here today, representing the office of the Council of Europe here in Chișinău, and seeing so many representatives from the national authorities, from national stakeholders, as well as interested parties from many countries in the region and beyond. And I'm very glad, of course, also that the 7 development partners that have contributed to this conference together with the Central Electoral Commission here in the Republic of Moldova have made it possible to get together and to discuss this most pertinent issue. The Council of Europe has, since the Republic of Moldova's accession to the Council in 1995, provided public authorities and other national stakeholders with professional expertise and sharing extensive experience and best European practices through, for instance, also the Venice Commission that was already mentioned, and the group of states against corruption, which are both here today represented. Our organization has a unique network and unique approach, I think, in the so-called strategic triangle by institutions that set standards, that monitor those standards, and based on the monitoring and the standards will then provide support through assistance to the countries. That's what we are doing in the Republic of Moldova and have been doing since the accession, and we are proud to celebrate our 75th anniversary this year as the Council of Europe. As the speaker and Madam Chairwoman already mentioned, the issue that we are discussing today is most pertinent in the dynamic environment of the Republic of Moldova, just ahead of presidential elections and the EU-related constitutional referendum, as it was mentioned. New trends how electoral actors spend money on and between electoral campaigns appear almost on a daily basis. Additionally, online campaigning helps political parties and other actors to lower the costs of voter outreach, allowing to lead campaigns without necessarily being on the radar of the public monitoring authorities. This is a recurrent problem characterizing many elections across the Council of Europe member states and beyond. The online space offers new opportunities, but brings about also a broad variety of risks associated with uncontrolled influx of money from abroad. It creates difficulties in tracking its spending for electoral and political advertisements, to check the authenticity of online actors, and other ways of influencing voters' choices in an intransparent manner. The digitalization of financial services and online financial transactions enables some political players to fund their campaigns easier, but also sometimes without proper reporting. That explains the importance to seek solutions how to monitor online political and electoral campaigning, as well as to investigate unreported income and hidden spending. There is a need to combine efforts of all interested national and international bodies and actors, as well as the media, in tracking the origin of campaign funds. I strongly believe that this two-day conference will contribute to the continuing discussion that we are all experiencing in the region and beyond, and that the conclusions may help the Moldovan authorities to further support the right to vote and to stand for office freely in the Republic of Moldova for all Moldovan citizens in a better way. Lastly, as was mentioned earlier, I would like to mention the recent opinion of the Venice Commission, of course, of the Council of Europe on the law number 109 of 26 of April 2024, assessing the future practice of a postal vote, pointing out that any future amendments to electoral legislation should be adopted by broad consensus after extensive public consultations with all relevant stakeholders, well in advance of elections, thus ensuring confidence in the electoral process. This applies, of course, to the much discussed postal voting foreseen for Moldovan citizens in 6 countries, in North America and in Northern Europe. Allow me again to thank the organizers of the conference, the CEC, the International IDEA, OSCE ODIHR, IFES, the NDI, IRI, and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, as well as my colleagues here in the office in Chisinau and those working in Strasbourg for excellent cooperation in making this event happen. I also would like to appreciate especially the forthcoming interventions of the Vice President of the Venice Commission, Madame Veronika Bilkova, and Yves-Marie Doublé, an expert of the Greco group of states against corruption, as well as I'm looking forward to the many speakers from so many countries that participate here today, and I wish all of you success in the discussions and good luck. Thank you.
Mulțumim și cu adevărat
Thank you very much. As indeed you have actually identified and emphasized this continuous effort and the support that we get from the development partners continuously in the process of ensuring that the electoral processes are taken place according to the international standards in a fair manner. Indeed, we will have another challenge in the autumn of this year. We'll have to implement a new alternative voting mechanism, and that would be the postal vote. And I hope that in the same composition, we'll have the possibility to speak about the success of implementing this very important and necessary method of voting for the citizens of Moldova from diaspora. So this event is, as I have mentioned at the beginning, is also organized at the initiative as well as in the partnership with the International Democracy and Electoral Assistance Institute. And I would like to invite Mr. Sam van der Stak, Director for Europe, International IDEA.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Angelica. Sound is a bit loud. I hope you can all hear me without echo. Thank you, Angelica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, dear Igor. Great seeing you both again. On behalf of all the organizations, the 7 organizations hosting this event here in Chisinau today, that's the CEC, the Council of Europe Secretariat, NDI, IFES, IRI, OSCE, ODIHR, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and my own organization, International IDEA. I want to welcome you to this conference. Now, as we in the elections community all know so well, this year, 2024, is a mega elections year. More than 3 billion people around the globe will be represented through elections. Eastern Europe is no exception to that, as we have observed in this region. Now, it's the 2nd of July today, so we've come more or less halfway in that global election year, and that allows us to take stock. At IDEA, my organization, we have counted 35 out of 73 elections of this year have so far been held. 1.2 billion votes have been cast around the globe, and that's more or less a 64% turnout. Right, so this sounds all very promising and democratic, but of course there's a big difference between these elections. You have those that celebrate democracy, we all know them very well. And then we have the contrasting examples that really have had sham elections. In this region, we have seen Belarus and Russia in that category. And in fact, our research suggests that actually 1 in 3 people that will vote this year will do so in countries where the quality of elections is significantly worse than it was 5 years ago. So that's why electoral integrity is so important, perhaps one of the most important topics in global politics today. And that brings us to the topic of today's discussion, which stands at the very center of the debate on electoral integrity, namely money in politics in the era of globalization and digitalization. Now, for the past 5 years, online campaign finance has risen from a fringe issue that it was when we first all started talking about. It was something that only crowdfunding citizen movements, upstart political parties were doing, to a real central part of the debate on money and politics in today's world. It involves anything from the funding of online campaign ads, as has already been mentioned, online donations, but of course also positive ways to report online the disclosure of campaign donations. Now that's a trend that we've been seeing for the past 5 years. Of course, over the past 2 years, this discussion on online campaign finance have been put on steroids for 2 reasons. First, the risk coming from foreign and domestic interference. It was mentioned by the speaker already, following from the war in Ukraine. The digital sphere has become the new frontier in many of that. And secondly, more positively, in the past 2 years, we've seen the importance of EU integration. And the EU has its digital acquis, a vast body of digital legislation that EU candidate countries are expected to adhere to. And that's the brilliant acronyms such as DSA, GDPR, online political advertising regulation, the AI Act. For those of you that follow Brussels, you will know how much of an impact these legislations have had and will have. And they will continue to influence how elections will be organized across Europe, including Eastern Europe. So therefore, supporting oversight bodies, political parties, watchdogs in that effort of getting closer to the EU and fending off foreign interference is extremely important. Now, Moldova has, of course, come a long way already. It has a new elections law and a reformed elections law. It has new capacities to deal with the undue role of money in politics, to deal with disinformation and foreign interference. But let us be clear, much more needs to be done to protect our democracies. And that's why for a number of years, the organizers of this event have worked to support political parties, to support oversight bodies, civil society. In Moldova, many of the organizations present here have worked to build state capacity to monitor online campaign finance, including ahead of the October elections that a few already referred to. But let us be clear, none of us can do this alone. We have to combine our forces if we want to fight the vast amounts of money that are seeping into elections, to fight the foreign and domestic threats to election integrity, and to deal with the rapid ascent of digital developments that are happening all over the world. And therefore, that collaboration is my main message. We have to collaborate in 3 ways. First, between electoral commissions and civil society across the region. And I'm happy that that's already happening. There's a lot of lessons that are already being shared. And I think this conference is a testament to that regional sharing. Secondly, between international organizations. Again, the 7 organizations that are co-organizing this event are already doing so. But I think we need to expand to unlikely partners such as online platforms that dictate the behavior of the online sphere, and even security organizations such as NATO, who have a crucial role to deal with disinformation and all threats coming from foreign interference. And lastly, the learning we are doing here today has to be multi-directional and not be limited to Eastern Europe. The EU, an important player in this part of the world, has to teach, but also learn itself. Information has to go from west to east, but also east to west. Because in many ways, this region has become the vanguard of what challenges lie ahead that the world and electoral commissions around the globe will be dealing with in years to come. Dear Chair, dear speakers, partners, again, on behalf of all the co-organizing organizations, thank you for being here. Thank you to all for the excellent collaboration so far. And I look forward to a very fruitful exchange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam van der Stak. Yes, indeed, it's very important to have this cooperation that you have mentioned several times. It's important to have the cooperation between the electoral bodies, civil society organizations, international bodies, but it's also important to have the stakeholders, all the political parties also to cooperate properly. Also in this year, which is very intense from the point of view of all the electoral events in the entire world, as you have already mentioned, the subject that we'll start talking and discussing starting from the first session And so we'll speak about different kind of trends. And I would like to thank once again the organizers, the co-organizers for organizing this regional conference, for debating these important issues for a democratic electoral process. And now I would like to invite everybody to have a family picture outside. Rodica would help us and would guide us. So we'd have it in front of the Republican Palace, and then we'll come back to the session room, and then we will continue the work of the conference. Once again, thank you to everybody.
Olga? No, da. Dear panelists of the first session, please join us on the stage. Olga? Hello, Julia. I will be moderating. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. It became a cherished tradition to gather in summer and for the second year in a row in Moldova to discuss money in politics across Eastern Europe and beyond. For nearly a decade, since 2016, we have collectively looked at the challenges of ensuring transparency in political finance and sought on effective solutions to enhance this crucial aspect of democracy. In planning this year conference, collectively with co-organizers, we thought that it is important to acknowledge that there are significant changes in campaigning and how it is conducted and how it is financed during the recent years. With technological advancement and the blurring of the international borders, the dynamics of money in politics have also transformed. Digital technology over the past decade has drastically reshaped political engagement and electoral campaigning. These advancements have opened to us definitely new possibilities, but also they have presented new and significant challenges to the regulatory framework that ensure fair and transparent political processes. In addition, globalization has intensified the complexities of money in politics, expanding the reach how campaigning is coming across the borders, often blurring the distinguish between domestic and foreign influences, and thereby complicating the enforcement of national legislation. Today, we face serious concerns that threaten the integrity of our elections. The expanding influence of foreign entities, the widespread of disinformation, and various illicit digital campaign activities have all raised concerns about the legitimacy of political funding and the integrity of elections. These challenges underscore critical vulnerabilities, such as the difficulty of tracing political finances, the rapid pace at which digital innovations influence in campaigning, and the pressing need for stronger interagency collaboration. So today we will be focusing, first of all, on foreign interference, on use of artificial intelligence, on spread of disinformation and illicit digital and not digital campaign practices, and how they are influencing money in politics. This first session will be more about discussing these new trends, setting the scene for further discussion, while during the next sessions and during the day, we will be discussing more in depth from the perspective of political parties and legislators all these issues. We will be also discussing from the point of view of political finance, oversight agencies, and civil society actors, how to monitor and how to ensure oversight of political finance. But I'm glad today to moderate this first session where our valuable speakers will talk more about these new and upcoming trends and set the scene for further discussion. And I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker, who is Dr. Yves-Marie Doublet, a distinguished legal expert of Group of States Against Corruption, more known as GRECO of Council of Europe, and former Deputy Director of the National Assembly, who led the Constitutional Council's legal department. Mr. Dublé has crafted legislation for international bodies and tackled complex issues in electoral law, political finance, and anti-corruption. His work spans multiple countries and organizations, including European Union and GRECO, and he is a noted author with publications that influence global standards on political finance and election law. Dear Yves-Marie, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. In a very short time, I want to address some aspects of this issue of disinformation and AI in electoral campaigns by answering to 4 questions, if it works. Okay. And my first question is the following one: what are the common points and the differences between disinformation and artificial intelligence? There are common characteristics between them: virality, anonymity, interference in privacy, advertising, low-cost investment, and until now, we must admit, failure of self-regulation, legal regulations. I'd like to emphasize the international dimension of these practices, because all regulations on electoral law and political finance have been conceived until now at a national level, inside the borders of the member states of the Council of Europe, because electoral law and party funding is a part of sovereignty of the states. And if we are reasoning in terms of transparency of political finance, for instance, national ceiling of electoral expenditure will not be deterrent if at the same time you have spending on digital platforms or AI campaigns which are conducted from abroad. They will not be recorded by candidates or political parties. There is one difference between disinformation and AI, which has to be underlined. That from a technical point of view, AI makes content generation and propagation faster, more automatic, and easier. My second question will be, what is the impact of disinformation on elections, and how is it possible to fight disinformation? Voters are not able to make any difference between an authentic and fabricated information. And disinformation instills doubt on the authenticity of genuine information. The case of disinformation are numerous, from the US presidential election 2016 to the general Slovak election 2023 over the Brexit campaign. And until now, the containment of disinformation has failed because of the speed of the disinformation and the difficulties to react on this disinformation, because of the gap between the number of people who disseminate fake news, for instance, and the number of fact checkers, and because of the location of the service providers outside the jurisdiction of the country where the electoral campaign takes place. What are the response which has been brought to these bad practices? There are legal response and operational response. As legal response, we can mention the German Network Enforcement Act of 2017. We can mention the French Act on Fight Against Manipulation of Information 2018, which required 3 criteria. The misleading information must be artificial or computerized, it must be deliberate, and it must be spread by a mass distribution. And very recently, Parliament adopted a bill concerning the foreign interference in elections. We have to mention too the UK Online Safety Act 2023, which includes artificial intelligence and general deepfakes, with a special provision dedicated to elections. On the European level, we have to mention the Digital Service Act which is in force since February 2024, which impose requirements on transparency for big social platforms, and the regulation on the transparency and targeting of political advertising, which will get in force in next October 2025. I draw your attention on the provisions on political advertising in these regulations, with the idea that the people have to see why they were targeted, who sponsored these ads, how much the sponsor paid for that, which elections it refers to, with all consequences on the campaign cost which have to be declared. I draw your attention on one specific provision which is interesting, which says that sponsoring ads from outside of the European Union in the 3 months period leading up to elections are banned. Besides these legal actions, we have to mention very quickly operational actions. First of all, the Canadian example with a critical election incident public protocol that it refers to a panel of top public servants which are in charge to detect threats to Canada's election, and this system worked for the last election 2019 and 2021. Another example is provided by France with the case of the presidential election 2022, with the idea of a collaboration between the main operators and the French news agency, with the collaboration between these operators and the broadcast authority. And we have a task force by the Secretary General of Defense which is dedicated especially on disinformation. My third question, I move to artificial intelligence. And here, while we may have a discussion between the bad points, the negative points of artificial intelligence and the positive points of artificial intelligence. As negative points, as for disinformation, there is the idea that AI manipulates message, creates selection of special exposure of voters with politically oriented information, and AI fragments the political speech. It says one thing to a voter and a different one to another one, which make very difficult to have a comprehensive picture of an electoral campaign. But we must consider too, on the other hand, some positive points of AI. It sets up a closer connection with individuals, and it's a way to moderate the social media, and it can use algorithms to identify foreign interference in suspicious activity of social media. What actions maybe, that will be my fourth question, what actions may be taken against manipulation of AI for electoral purposes? And here you have two approaches. The one is disclosure. It's provided by the European AI Act of 2023, which consider AI in electoral campaigns as a high-risk activity, and which impose requirements of transparency, information, traceability, and oversight. And a second text is very important. Is a draft framework convention on AI of the Council of Europe of this year, which will be open for signature for every member state next September, and which call on the member states to adopt measures against malicious foreign interference in the electoral process, and which make the persons, legal person, physical person accountable for the adverse impact of on democracy. The other approach is provided by legal actions taken to curb the influence of AI, of generated messaging on elections. I will mention the Californian elections code, which, for instance, which prohibit to both audio and video content made with AI to damage the reputation of candidates or influence voter 60 days before an elections. So what conclusions may be drawn if we compare these technical threats for democracy to human threats? We have to consider that what makes the difference is the speed, that the scale, and to a certain extent, the anonymity. And there are common needed actions in disinformation and abuse of artificial intelligence for electoral purposes. That's data privacy regulations, that's transparency in terms of labeling, and transparency of funding and literacy too. And lastly, we focus our attention here on electoral campaigns, but we can't overlook conspiracy movement, conspiracy theories which are permanent, which are not limited to an electoral campaign, and which raise questions in terms of transparency and are very difficult to regulate. But I leave this issue for thought and discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Yves-Marie. Indeed, such an interesting and insightful speech, and collectively during the process of organizing this conference, I guess with co-organizers, we are discussing again and again that there are so many new challenges, but also some new opportunities that new technologies bring to us. And in comparison to last year conference, when we were discussing quite a lot all the challenges, but then we felt that we were lacking solutions. So thanks a lot for already starting and suggesting some concrete actions that we need to think about. And I guess that tomorrow we will have quite a lot of opportunities to discuss during breakout sessions what to do with this. And I'm pleased to welcome our next speaker, who is Ms. Liliana Vitu, Chairwoman of the Audiovisual Council of Moldova. Ms. Liliana Vitu was appointed as a chair of Audiovisual Council, the regulatory body of TV and radio in Moldova, in December 2021. At the beginning of her career in 1999, she was BBC World Service correspondent. And then she took a significant role in 2009 as a director of the News and Debates department at Moldova One, aiming to implement reforms as a public broadcaster. Her recent roles include media development consulting for the Thomson Reuters Foundation in Moldova, UNDP Uzbekistan, OSCE Tajikistan, and serving as a project director for Internews in Kyrgyzstan. Dear Liliana, the floor is yours, and we are looking forward to hear your insightful speech regarding the situation in Moldova.
Hello, and as a badge of honor, I was banned by Russia in October last year for 5 years. And I'm happy to share this session with my former boss, Steven X, because I worked for 2 years for IRI Moldova. Bună ziua! Îmi face o deosebită plăcere să vă salut la acest eveniment.
Hello, I'm very glad to welcome you at this event in Moldova, because the topic is not just important for Moldova, it's very thorny. Why thorny? Because there are issues which we can diagnose, and it's also the capacity of institutions, of the Audiovisual Council, or others that would identify the best solutions. We want sustainability, and information literacy and digital literacy takes a while. The enemy does not sleep, does not wait for us. And the desire to intervene and have an impact on the democratic processes is much more virulent than our response capacity very often. Initially, we decided to focus on two issues: transparency of ownership of the media and transparency of financial flows. After 2 months of the mandate, I realized that there was no instrument to force the owners of the TV channels, for example, who are their owners or what kind of income or costs they have. At that time, we didn't have the power to reject annual reports if those were drafted formalistically, and they were mostly drafted formalistically. In the recent year, we have had 9 TV channels who refused to give us any business figures because that was their commercial secret or personal data. So we had to refer to the EU directive on audiovisual, and we said that everyone must supply a declaration based on the model approved by the Audiovisual Council. And now we can reject the reports and apply a fine. A new model is approved, and we still see those who are trying to abscond the process. They just do not accept us as authority and democracy in our state. Now we have a mission of foreign experts in the Audiovisual Council who are looking into the legal framework and into our interaction with other state authorities. We need to see if we can think about other mechanisms of intervention. This obligation to say who is the beneficial owner should not be paper-based only. We're also in public consultations on the model of the annual report. We see now channels and stations declaring their incomes and costs. And we see different forms of loans. We see 30% more loans than their costs and revenues. So there is a lot of attempts to avoid things. We are trying to regulate and make the norms binding, but it takes two to tango. And for transparency of funding, we need to involve at least 20 state institutions. And let me mention here the cooperation with the FIU. We cooperated when we had reasonable doubts about the fact that there is migration of content, of people and funds. And the FIU was quite open with us. They used some of our information to conduct financial investigations, and then information and materials was passed further on to the National Anti-Corruption Center. There is a mechanism that we have available, but it's not sufficient. Beyond ensuring transparency of media ownership and of sources of funding, we also do content controls. In last year, we focused on hate speech and disinformation with elements of discrimination and sexism. We worked a lot on the secondary framework. We have methodologies for hate speech, for disinformation, for pluralism. When a group is in a dominant position to shape public opinion, because it's all about pluralism and diversity in a country. When a media group has more than 25% of the audience, then that group dominates the public opinion. And in the EU, there's a trend to reduce this threshold to 10%. 25% is already an alarming share. We're also looking into direct and indirect indications, like 6 TV channels having offices on the same street, or saying that they are not going to reflect the campaign, and then they do reflect the campaign. Or we have TV channels that are not producing their own content, they're just moving the content from one channel to another. And we have also infringements of the legal regime of the ownership. A legal or individual entity cannot own more than 2 radio stations or 2 TV channels. And we see people owning 5 or even 7 TV channels and radio stations. And that is an infringement. Plus, we have media concentration, and that means we only have paper-based pluralism, not an authentic pluralism. When I became the head of the Audiovisual Council, we had 70 TV channels, and the market of commercials was in free fall. Before COVID, it was 14 million euro. Now it's 7-8 million euro. So if a TV channel has to live on commercials, that means we can only have maximum 4 or 5 private TV channels. The public broadcaster is funded from the state budget. Now we have 61 TV channels licensed, minus 9 suspended. So what we have now on the market means that 2/3 of the channels or stations cannot fund themselves from commercials. Where does the money come from? From the offshore companies, illegal funding, other governments that want to fund them. That means these are not real TV channels. They are not genuine press. They are just a media hand of political activity, of a political party, of some politicians, or of some interests. These can be either internal or external politicians. Now there is a symbiosis of the two in our country. Now, on disinformation, recently, after 2 months of content analysis, we managed to fine Gagauzia TV. We gave them a significant fine. According to our internal estimations, it's no longer a public broadcaster and it's not a regional broadcaster. The number of shows in Gagauz language is not growing, and the share of 25% of content in Romanian is also not complied with. However, we see a lot of content from the public broadcast of Russian Federation. We see there Polye Chudes and Zdorovye, so you can imagine what kind of a TV channel they are. And this migration of content has been mentioned in our reports. However, the public does not understand why we keep the concepts under control. So if you come to get your license, you say, I'm going to be thematic, I'm going to have this many entertainment programs, and then overnight, they become different. They have different moderators, they have a different broadcasting grid. What does that mean? they are illegally giving up on some things. Now the law does not allow you to give away your license. And that means we have proxies. And the brain is somewhere else. Now, if I were to go back to the elections and the electoral processes this year, well, we feel more or less ready because we worked on the methodology of monitoring the elections, a new methodology. Council of Europe supported us a lot in secondary legislation. They are our key partner. And with the support of the Council of Europe, we will organize 10 training sessions in August on the new methodology to monitor the elections. We will lay emphasis on content analysis. Last year, we looked into content parameters. This year, we will do content analysis. When I came to the council, there were 50% of all positions vacant. Now there's only 30% of them that are vacant. There's a problem on the salary. We have to make public institutions attractive. We should be able to attract and maintain the resources, particularly human resources. Because previously, we had brain drain from the country. Now we have brain drain from institutions. Human capacities, human resources are very important. And we're very happy that we can consolidate what we have at the level of the institution. But this is not sufficient, of course. To conclude, TV channels are losing ground. But they are losing ground in Moldova quite slowly in terms of being a source of information in the electoral campaign. Internet is catching TV channels behind, but TV channels are still a source of information. So for a few years ahead, we would still need to pay attention to the way elections are reflected on TV. But the online is actually breathing into the back of our head. They are catching behind. And young people are reading the internet. So we have to focus on the implementation of DSA. The state must decide which institution will take care of the transposition of this directive. We will be holding the dialogue with the bigger platforms to moderate the content and handle the information security risks for the country. We have a homework which we need to do today in order to be ready tomorrow in the campaign. The online is thorny and painful for us. There is no regulation, and if the regulation comes, it comes late compared to the attacks against Moldova, which occur in the online environment. There is political micro-targeting. Money is being used. And there are other instruments of hybrid war which are used in the online environment. From the electoral perspective, we see in the neighboring country the situation when the extreme right-wing forces are supported by young people who absorb the hate speech in the political discourse, which is online. We are concerned with that as well. Based on our regulatory experience, I can say the following. If there is regulation and if there is an institution that does regulation, things are more or less safe. if we do not have well-defined regulations or institutions, the state is much more vulnerable and exposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liliana. Indeed, we are seeing that campaign more and more shifting from traditional media to social media, but still traditional media play an important role. And when we are talking about digitalization, we are not meaning just online. We are also talking about use of traditional media. And thanks a lot for this important work. I'm sure that it will be crucial for the success of elections in Moldova this year. And I hope that tomorrow we will have more opportunity to discuss the methodology also with other state institutions as a comprehensive approach of what to do with these new trends. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome our next speaker, Stephen Benix, who is the Senior Director for Eurasia for International Republican Institute. Stephen is a distinguished expert in political party development and judicial reform, especially in post-Soviet Union region. He is a big friend of Ukraine and Moldova, and we are happy to have you today with us. Mr. Nix was for a long time a senior democracy specialist at USAID. He worked a lot with IFES in Ukraine and Russia, and also having this bright experience, I would say, will inspire our discussion in terms of foreign interference, I hope. And also, Stephen was authoring significant work such as a compendium of election laws of Central Eastern Europe. Also notably, Stephen was serving on a litigation team for 2008 John McCain presidential campaign. So you know so much about elections and you have been involved in this for decades. We are so much grateful having you today. Please share your insights.
Чуєте мене, український? Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I don't deserve it. Я просто скромный адвокат.
I'm just a modest attorney.
Nice and welcoming introduction. I'm very pleased to be here to talk about what I conceive to be a very pressing issue. So I'm so glad that there's so much interest internationally among different countries, different representatives here today about this issue of money and politics. So I want to make 3 points to you today. And I'll be quick. I'm an attorney. I used to argue motions in DC Superior Court where you're limited to 3 minutes. So I'm trained to talk in 3-minute segments. I'd rather hear from all of you at the conclusions during a Q&A session. Okay, 3 points. Here we go. Number one, as important as money in politics is, I don't think you can separate the money in politics from the information in politics, based on the globalization and digitalization issues that we're discussing here today. I think Mr. van der Stuk described regulation in this area as unexplored territory. In America, we would call it the wild, wild west. There are new issues that we're dealing with all the time, many questions on how to regulate, how to deal with information in the campaign space. So let's start first with money and information in politics. And my second point is there's 2 key elections that we at IRI are focusing on in this region. That's the Moldovan presidential election and the EU referendum 1 week later, 6 days later, in fact, Georgia parliamentary elections. And I'm so pleased that Georgia is represented here today. Let's take a look at Moldova real quickly. Speaker Grosso, my good friend, he's a public servant. So he has to be somewhat moderate and diplomatic in his remarks. I'm an attorney. I don't have those restrictions. Russia is trying to interfere on a daily basis in the presidential election and the referendum in a number of different ways. You've seen for the past year demonstrations financed from that country designed to discredit the Sandu government, Sandu herself, in an effort to derail her re-election campaign. That has been ongoing. You're going to see that intensify in the coming months, and I think culminate during Moldova's 30-day campaign period. Already, since I've been here, I've been watching videos every day, fake videos of Maya Sandu saying ridiculous things. Very well done, very sophisticated, with an eye towards trying to discredit, derail her re-election campaign. On election day, there will be a number of domestic international observers here. IRI is going to observe the elections along with our partners, NDI. Our perception of this election, and I'm not just being polite, Madam Chairman, we anticipate that this election in Moldova will be extremely well administrated, well run, well managed, and will be reflective of the will of the Moldovan people. There will be those who will try to discredit the election process itself, the election day process. Number one, that there were problems, that there were failures in the system, to try to discredit the administration of elections on election day. And then in the post-elections days, we assess that there will be an attempt to cast doubt about the accuracy of the results and whether this election was actually reflective of the will of the Moldovan people. So that's sort of the stream of tactics that I believe we're going to see played out in Moldova over the next several months. In Georgia, real quickly, different situation. IRI polling tells us that 90% of the Georgian people want their country to be part of the European Union. 90%. It's very clear the direction that the Georgian people want to take their country. They want to join all of you. However, the government has taken steps adverse to that notional goal. The passage of this foreign agent law, accusations against the West being war parties, interfering with Georgia's electoral process, and seemingly leading Georgia in an eastward direction as opposed to the western direction advocated by the Georgian people. So I think similarly in Georgia, you are going to see outside interference during the campaign period, on election day, and in the post-election period. Then finally, real quickly on Ukraine, whenever this terrible war is over and Ukraine emerges victorious, we will have presidential and parliamentary elections in Ukraine. Critical post-election elections when Ukraine will be in the process of rebuilding itself, rebuilding structures, rebuilding institutions. You can rest assured that Russia will continue to try to interfere in process and will try to play a role in these elections. So my hope is that our Ukrainian friends can observe and learn from what plays out both here in Moldova and in Georgia so that they will be prepared whenever elections do take place at the conclusion of the war. Then finally, just a word, since I'm an American, I have to share some insights about our system and what we are contending with. 2 days ago, the Supreme Court issued a decision on presidential authority and whether the president is immune from prosecution. All the news reports are focused on this immunity claim. What people didn't notice that there was also another Supreme Court ruling that day about regulation of internet. And it was a case involving 2 states, Florida and Texas, that adopted statutes that basically took the authority to regulate internet in those states from the internet providers and vest that power in the individual states. The Supreme Court didn't rule directly on this case. They sent it back to the lower courts to examine whether or not these provisions would violate our First Amendment rights of free speech. But nonetheless, the fact that the court didn't come out with a bright line ruling, sent it back to the lower courts, means we're still struggling in the United States to decide who regulates internet content. And this approaches all of what we're talking about: political campaigns, political parties, elections. So it's a struggle. And the question that I throw before the audience is, and the question that came before the Supreme Court is, who do we trust more to regulate the internet? Is it the providers or is it the states, the government? There's arguments in favor of both, but it's a question that I think is going to remain vital and is going to continue to be debated. Ultimately, the courts in the United States will decide this issue, but I really have no idea what the solution is going to be. I'll stop there. I've exceeded my 3 minutes, and I hope we can have a nice discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And indeed, you are raising such important issues. First of all, thank you for overview from the region, but also from US. It's important to add to the discussion. But you are raising such important issues that, you know, like for decades, when we were talking about money in politics, we were always focusing on contributions, on spending. We were focusing mostly on how to limit campaign spendings. But now the focus is shifting. It's not only about how much you spend, but on what you spend. So if previously we always were thinking how to limit money in politics and how to limit the influence of money on election results and to ensure a level playing field, now we are completely changing and reshaping our thinking and all the previous work. I guess collectively we need to take another look from completely different angle. And since you've noticed already Ukrainian elections, I'm so pleased to welcome our next speaker, Ms. Olga Snopok, who is social media analyst from prominent Ukrainian watchdog and election observation organization Opora. Olga has been instrumental in analyzing the impact of social media on public opinion and electoral processes. Olga knows the best in terms of how Ukrainian politicians use online media for their campaigning, and while Ukraine unfortunately is not able to conduct elections during the war, it doesn't mean that politicians do not spend money on politics. So Olga, please welcome, and we are looking forward to hear your insights.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference and for the opportunity to talk about the challenges we face in political finance in era of digitalization. And our panel today is pretty general and focused on the impact of technology and digital on political finance. So I would like to talk about the biggest challenge for Ukrainian civil society in the context of the next Ukrainian elections, whenever they are held. And as you can see from the hint on the slide, the key issue for us will be social media transparency and its openness to analysis, which are slowly disappearing, just like the word transparency on this slide. In general, for Ukraine, the digital was pretty big issue during the previous election campaigns. In 2019, 2020, for the first time, social media outstripped all other sources of information in Ukraine and became a powerful platform for campaigning among Ukrainian politicians and parties. And after Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukrainian media field changed even more. Since 2022, Opera conducted its own survey about media consumption in Ukraine. And as you can see, social media become the main source for information for like 75% of Ukrainian society. And like in previous years, TV was, you know, like had a chance to beat social media, but now trust to information on TV is declined, decreased, and social media are the key for us now. So we assume that social media will become a key platform for campaigning in the next elections in Ukraine, especially since many Ukrainians are now abroad. So it will be just the easiest way for politicians and parties to communicate with them. And tracking such large and I think very active campaign in the first post-war elections will be a really big challenge for Ukrainian society, civil society, and our regulatory authorities, especially given the fact that during the last elections campaigns in Ukraine, there was a tendency among politicians and parties to think about online sphere as some kind of gray space when you could just spend millions of dollars and not declare them at the end of the campaign. And as you can see from the slide, during the 2019 presidential and parliamentary elections, at least $2 million were spent online and was undeclared by parties and candidates in their financial reports. And we managed to get these figures thanks to our monitoring of the online campaigns. But at that time, we had a really important advantage, the support and assistance from at least some social media. And this will not be like that during the observation campaign for the next elections in Ukraine. In 2019-2020, the key social networks in Ukraine were Facebook and Instagram, which are owned by Meta. And at that time, these social networks offered two tools for tracking campaigning, a library of political ads and a crowdtangle service. The first allowed us to track the expenditures of politicians and parties on online political advertising, while the second allowed us to look at some, I don't know, bots, and networks of accounts, disinformational campaigns, etc., etc. And thanks to combination of these tools, Opora identified at least 5 coordinated influence campaigns by Ukrainian politicians that could have influenced the results of the elections in Ukraine. But such things will be almost impossible during the next elections in Ukraine, because in August 2024, Meta will stop supporting crowdtangle. And now, if you want to get access to the data that previously Meta just gave you, Meta wants to check all of your work, check all of your researches before the publication. So this reduces the likelihood that the civil society and the state will be able to respond quickly to cases of disinformation and influence. And this raises very serious question about whether we will be able to effectively counter disinformation campaigns, including those from the Russian Federation, which I'm convinced will be very powerful. And the example of Meta is unfortunately not a unique case. As civil society actors, we can see that the general trend among social media now is reducing transparency and accessibility of data. An example is YouTube, which has been promising to think about opening a political advertising library for Ukraine for several years now, but hasn't done it yet. And of course, another example is social network X, previously Twitter, which were also tried to conduct observational campaigns, but after Elon Musk came and introduced paid access to the API, we couldn't afford it, because now full access to this data costs about $50,000. So social networks today are ready to respond to requests from big players like the US, like the European Union, but countries like Ukraine, which are not under this amazing umbrella of GDPR and the Digital Services Act, cannot just talk to social media about the needs of political finances monitoring during elections. And for me, the most striking example here is Telegram, which is the largest source of information for Ukrainians, both inside and outside of Ukraine. And Opora regularly monitors the social network, and these networks will likely become a key platform for political campaigning in the next Ukrainian elections, because as you can see from the percentages, it's the most popular in Ukraine. And by coincidence, it's the most non-transparent social network ever. And just few points here. First, the Telegram refuses to cooperate with state institutions, with government and civil society actors, and refuses even start conversation about changing its policies and adapting them to the electoral context. Second is that this network was created and is controlled by a Russian developer with potential ties to Russian intelligence agencies. And the third point is that Russia is now honestly very good in using Telegram to create disinformational campaigns. And this most likely means that disinformation campaigns will be huge in this social network during the next Ukrainian elections. And in the context of Russia's success in Telegram, I just give you the example of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. In Opora, we had some researches about this region, and In the summer of 2022, we found about 600 active propagandistic Telegram channels created by Russia on temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Earlier this year, we conducted this research again and found almost 2,000 such channels. So when we think about the next Ukrainian elections, I suppose that we will see something like that in the field of campaigning. And due to the lack of monitoring tools for Telegram, we will not be able to effectively counteract here. And the situation also will be pretty similar with TikTok, which is not as popular as Telegram in Ukraine, but it's pretty popular among the young Ukrainians. And now we see how TikTok is becoming a problem for example, for European elections and for influencing elections in different countries. And this platform also doesn't allow any possibility of monitoring of political campaigns. And to summarize, I want to say that situations that we are seeing is quite alarming. We see at the same time the growing popularity of the use of digital and technology for campaigning, the growing likelihood of external interference in the electoral process, and at the same time, a decrease in transparency of all key social networks. And unfortunately, as of today, I can say that in such circumstances, civil society organizations and government agencies from countries outside the European Union are unlikely to be able to ensure sustainable and effective monitoring of public finances and disinformational campaigns during the election period. And on this positive note, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Olga. And indeed, it's so important to share experience between countries because there are some similarities between Ukraine and Moldova. We've heard just from Liliana that TV is still quite important in Moldova. In Ukraine, social media are playing more important roles than TV already. And I guess the tendency will remain, and in 5 years, we will considering whether and how we use TV at all. And I guess it was quite alarming even 5 years ago for TV that people are losing trust to TV in terms of that they are owned by someone. And of course, people understand more and more that they are promoting someone's interest. Unfortunately, with social media, people still believe that they are not owned by someone, that this is still somehow natural communities that is sharing information, and that's how building trust to these social media channels. We were studying use of social media by political parties in Moldova, and what we studied is like many Telegram channels, which are completely not related to politics, are established long before elections on completely interesting topics of traveling, I don't know, electronics, whatever. And then during the election period, they are used for campaign purposes like a natural source of information. So if previously we were tackling and tracking more or less how much political parties were spending on ads, now it's not the case because it's mostly about using social media channels that have many followers, and that's it. It's not about spending money on ads. So I guess with this, we have all our distinguished speakers finishing their speeches. Unfortunately, Ms. Anna Revenko, the Director for Center for Strategic Communication and Combating Disinformation in Moldova, she was not able to join us today. But on the other hand, as everything, it opens us some opportunities. So we will have a little bit more time for discussion. We have a microphone and our technical team can help you. Please raise your hand and our team will bring you a microphone. So while we have this opportunity to ask particular questions to our speakers. Any volunteers, please raise your hand. Please name yourself and country you represent and to whom you address your question.
My name is Yuri Muntan. I am representing the Common Action Political Party Civil Congress, and I have a very short question to Mrs. Liliana Vitsu. Mrs. Liliana, you have stated that the volume of the advertising market, the local one, is about $7 million probably. Okay. And according to your statement, this market can bear only four or something TV posts. My question is, what is that obviousness, good sense, if you want, evidence or benchmark you have used as a reference for such a statement? Why 4, not 14 or 2? Because, you know, according to some of my colleagues, that exactly coincides with the number of posts that are obviously promoting the governmental messages. Journal TV, Pro TV, TV8, and of course the so-called public channel, TVR, plus public channel, which is an attribute of our statehood. So 4. Is it a coincidence? No irony? No irony at all. Why 4? Thank you.
It is very simple because the figures have been presented in the Media Policy Forum. So that took place at the end of May. So this forum in the Media Corps, and that was organized by the Freedom House, and that was the figure that was presented there. During the second session was about the ad market, about the economic development of the advertisement and commercial market. And that was presented by the providers, by the industry. I have collected this kind of figures as an ordinary participant in that particular media forum. During that session, we had representatives of 2 television channels. One is the reality channel. It was not part of your list, Mr. Munteanu. And they presented some figures about the operational budget, approximate operational budget of a television channel per 1 year. So these are the figures that were presented by the industry. They were like 2 million, 1 million and a half, 2 million and 50,000 per month, and that would include all the subscription as well as the payment for audience, for all the expenditures, payroll, etc. So these are the figures presented during this forum. And this market information was provided by the sale houses because they're using these kind of figures. And they told us that, look, we would be glad if EA would finish by 8 million, because about 3 million has already been spent, has been already rechanneled from TV to online. So that was the figure they have taken from that forum.
Thank you so much. One more. We have a hand, I see. Can you please bring microphone? And second.
Good day, my name is Anatoly Prokhnitsky. I am the chairperson of the Green Ecological Party from Moldova. I would like to thank very much the organizers for organizing this very important and interesting forum for us. And I would like to mention that in this session, you have talked a lot about the hybrid war. Appeared recently out of blue, actually has started from 2010, and a lot of analytical experts have already noticed that particular hybrid war. And if there's a war, there should be somebody to fight against that particular war. Unfortunately, in the Republic of Moldova, so what we have noticed, so we're just making kind of statements and we say that this is like a hybrid war and nothing is being done to fight it. Actually, the question is why the state institutions, be it tax office, state tax office, or the Ministry of Interior, or the Security and Information Service of Moldova, or the Anti-Money Laundering Service of EU, or the National Anti-Corruption Center. Actually, we have a lot of structures, but we don't see any results because we know the state of play, we know the situation that a lot of financing is being provided to the oligarch political parties, which have some, so to say, criminal relationship and bondage. And we have this information in the public space. We have a lot of investigations that are being done by independent journalists. And also we have some information from NGOs, but unfortunately we don't see any kind of results. We would like to see this kind of results because look, the election system in any country, including in the Republic of Moldova, is like a basis or sets up the basis to the governance of the country, started from local councils, mayors, to the MPs, and coming to the president and the others. And if they're being elected in fair and correct conditions, and this is actually the slogan of our ecological party, so then that would become a power that would represent us, that would be clean, would be pure, would have access to power and acceded to power based on meritocracy and based on equal opportunities. So thereby, we are asking ourselves, why don't we see any results? Why everybody in the Republic of Moldova is talking about this? Everybody knows about that threat. Everybody knows that something is being paid for organizing the meetings, for votes, but we don't see any results in fighting this phenomena. And we would suggest one idea: if the state institutions, and actually if they are not able to cooperate, so many institutions, and they cannot, so maybe we can hire a private security agency from outside that would do its best and would be able to deliver information. And maybe the money, where do we take the money from to fund this? I mean, a lot of money has been confiscated, right? So the money that was spent for elections and a lot of money was confiscated, and we can spend it for hiring this agency from outside. So the Green Ecological Party of Moldova believes that the Republic of Moldova would be able to progress and would become a country so where all the election process would be fair and correct. And that would be a result that everybody would like to see. And I would like to thank very much once again Liliana Vitsa for this report. It was absolutely interesting, very coherent and coherent. And I would like to wish everybody a lot of success.
Thank you so much. I guess it was more reflection, but if Liliana, I guess it was referring to you, if you want to reflect.
Este un comentariu mai mult. Eu mi-aș dori și eu ca
Actually, that was more of a reflection or a comment. Yes, I would like to see this kind of cooperation be as close as possible among all the institutions of Moldova, because we see a lot of room for improvement, a lot of possibilities to make it better. And we'd like to see that some information that we have got, for example, in the summer last year, so we have documented some unlicensed activity in the Gagauzian region, and without any license, that activity was conducted. A so-called entrepreneur from there in Gagauzia, who is now also promoting the fact to amend the legislation. They would like to have a parallel system of licensing and authorization, but we believe this is against the state provisions, and we have already said that this is a violation. And also there was a decision of the Supreme Court of Justice of the Republic of Moldova that says that in audiovisual, the only licensing institution is us, is the Audiovisual Council. And we have done a lot of controls, and also we've put some sanctions for the Russian channels being, so the Russian content that is being prohibited by our code being transmitted. But all of our materials that have been transmitted to some other authorities, and we are supporting you actually for 1 year, so we are waiting for a result. We have not seen any outcome. We have not seen a result from this information that was given to our institutions.
Jessica, yes, one more microphone. Please.
Sorry, just a quick question maybe to Olga. First of all, thank you so much for bringing the topic of the use of social media for illicit campaigning. I think that's very important, especially now. And in Ukraine, we see that Telegram channel is quite important. And we, of course, can understand the reasoning behind, as it's widely also used by the state agencies. So I would like to hear if you could give us some recommendations, and mainly to the maybe state agencies, how they can use the Telegram to minimize the impact on the elections, but not only, as I understand that actually the illicit campaigns in Telegram are quite widespread, not only in Ukraine, but in the whole Eastern Europe region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And honestly, we are thinking about this problem in our team and how, I don't know, how we can deal with the challenge. And honestly, my recommendation to state agencies is just to stop using Telegram. It's like the obvious, but it's the best way to do it. But at the same time, we have this problem that a lot of people are in Telegram. It's the main source of information for them, and we cannot. We don't know if these people would just, stay in Telegram without this state information, or they will move these official channels to another platform like, I don't know, WhatsApp, for example. So honestly, I think we should try just to stop using this platform for we should stop using that platform. And for example, our organization quit Telegram in 2022. And I think we should try. We should try.
Thank you, Olga. And last question from Jessica.
Sure, I'll be quick. First of all, thank you very much to all the panelists. I have a quick reaction, and then a question. The first reaction is about the legislation and the governance of artificial intelligence. And to build on my colleague, Mr. Nix, in the United States, we have a tracker called Ballotpedia, which analyzes different state legislations across all of the states. And AI-related legislation is up 950% from the previous years. So there's quite a bit of state sort of led legislation going on around the governance of AI. At the same time, tech platforms have, earlier this year at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit, agreed to some voluntary commitments for the regulation of artificial intelligence. And so I think this year presents a remarkable opportunity to really learn where the governance of AI will fall, whether that's on the states or on the big tech platforms. And my sense is it's probably somewhere both, but I think this year, in this watershed year of elections, will be a very interesting year for us to learn. My question is about the good, using AI for good. We've talked a lot, and we all know about the dangers of artificial intelligence, but candidates and campaigns in some parts of the world are using AI to reduce the barriers to entry, reducing the costs for licensing AI-generated audio and music. And in that regard, AI can kind of be the great equalizer. We've also seen examples of using language models or LLMs to connect voters to information about where they're supposed to vote, for example, and educating voters on candidates' platforms, for example. I'm wondering if we've seen positive examples in this part of the world, and if you can comment on that, if you've seen candidates or campaigns really be able to leverage AI for good.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Jessica. Maybe, Yves-Marie, if you may reflect, I guess, on this, it was in your presentation, so it might be good to elaborate a little bit more. And Liliana.
First, I'd like to make an additional remark to the statements of Olga on Telegram. I share a pessimistic view on the ability to reach, to prosecute Telegram. We have an example, which is Germany. Germany wanted to remove certain messages of Telegram, but the seat of Telegram is in Dubai. And all the attempts of the German judiciary to reach this network with judicial requisites were totally unsuccessful. Secondly, about the AI, and as I inform, there are 17 US states which have adopted legislation to curb the influence of artificial intelligence in elections, but there is no federal legislation because it's supposed an bipartisan agreement which does not exist. Of course, at the moment with this polarization of the political parties. These legislations are very recent, and I think we don't have any sufficient insight to appreciate the impact of the negative or the positive impact of this legislation, but my neighbor perhaps knows more on that than me.
Yes, I'll just say in answer to Jess's question, I talked about regulation of the internet, and it's an altogether different field, regulating AI. And remember when the internet first came to being is that this is going to be a wonderful platform, share information, openness, transparency. Didn't turn out that way exactly. Instead, we're flooded with problems, challenges, such as the ones that we're talking about today. I would say that we face the same challenges as we go into this era of AI. And the professor is right. Individual states are trying to address this regulatory framework. We don't have an overarching federal policy. There is not a federal statute, and no intention, I believe, on the part of our Congress to try to legislate at this time, leaving it to the individual states. So again, it could be a situation where, like, you have 50 different election laws in the United States, you might have 50 different statutes on the regulatory framework for AI. That's the best answer I can give you, Jess, and you always ask tough questions.
Thank you. And yeah, Yves-Marie.
An additional remark I am thinking about. In the last edition of Foreign Affairs Review, you have a very interesting article about the guy who was in charge of this reflection on a federal level. And you could read it and you could see how disappointed he was.
Thank you so much. And Liliana, just shortly.
You know, when talking about AI, quite frequent I think about that saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, you know, but I still want to give you a positive example. It's not about the way the political parties can use AI, but how we as a national authority are using AI. So the Deputy Ambassador of the Netherlands, she already mentioned that they've supported us. Actually, it was the US embassy here, the Embassy of the Netherlands, and the EU delegation who gave us money to develop a soft that uses AI. And what we do, and this comes to address also the issue of, you know, being so short on staff, especially in the monitoring department. So we upload video, and the video gives us text, both in Romanian and in Russian. So we don't have to transcript, you know, word by word. Now the machine does it. So we upload it in the evening, and in the morning we get 1 hour at the ratio of 1 minute, you know, basically 1 minute of video transcribed in both Romanian and Russian. And then that gives us basically, you know, something which used to take us 2 days. Now the machine does it over the night, and that gives us more time to focus on quantitative analysis. So that's one way we are using AI. And not only that, now we are using it because we have a duty according to our code to publish the minutes of all our public meetings. We have to publish them within 1 day, within 10 days. So now we even run our public meetings to generate the minutes, which we then publish, which is also very easy for our work. But on the social media and Telegram precisely. I want to mention that both Ukrainian and Moldovan national regulatory authorities, we became as of last year observer members of ERGA, which is the group of it's like the EU of national regulatory bodies. We've been members of EPRA, which is like the Council of Europe of the regulatory bodies. And on that platform, we can raise the issues that we as countries are dealing with. Because now, you know that the European Commission is the regulator for GSA, and they are struggling to establish a dialogue with Telegram. I was in Brussels 2 weeks ago. I'm flying in tonight for ERGA, and I know that they were trying to establish a dialogue with Telegram, and they were actually very happy that the initial response was that yes, we would come to have a meeting, which would have been the first meeting ever in dialogue. So they are trying to establish at least some sort of dialogue. And I think that's a way for us as states to go, to use this platform of the European Commission of ERGA, now that we have started officially the accession negotiations.
Thank you so much. And I was promising that was the last question, but I see that Madam Chairperson of the CC of Moldova wants to raise a question or to reflect. So, Angelica, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, I have got a question, but before doing this, I would like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank all the speakers. Very comprehensive, very interesting presentations. You have provided some figures and they show some kind of trends, giving us some thoughtful thinking. So I would like to have a question to Mr. Nix from my right. You said that so we might be very well prepared and the electoral authority can be well prepared in order to ensure like everything logistically, so we can be prepared. We can prepare the legal framework. Also, we can train the electoral bodies. But nevertheless, so there will be still some doubts about the impartiality of the electoral bodies. So there will be a kind of a dose of impartiality. And also there will be a kind of a suspicion whether the voting result would reflect the desire of the voters. There will be this kind of question mark pending. So my question, could you give us some recommendations, some suggestions? How we would be able to reduce from this impact? How would be able to, if you were my attorney of the CEC, what would be your advice? What would be your tip in order to avoid this or diminish?
Well, Madam Chairman, first and foremost, as your attorney, I would advise you to continue to do the great job you're doing in formation of not just the Central Election Commission, but the subordinate commissions, the polling station commissions, and the mid-level commissions. From my observations, my conversations with the government for the past week, I think the CEC is well prepared for managing a successful election. As to impartiality, you have one of the toughest jobs in the world, I think. Being chairman of a Central Election Commission of any country is a thankless job, because if everything goes smoothly, everyone's quiet. No one says anything. You don't really receive any compliments or any recognition. If there are problems, then everything falls apart and everyone is blaming the Central Election Commission. So I appreciate what you're doing. I think we're well prepared. I believe it's the responsibility of the various international and domestic observation missions to report out what they see. And again, if we see disinformation and attempts to discredit the electoral process on election day, for example, to elevate small problems into huge problems by certain outside countries, then I think it's the obligation of IRI, NDI, the OSCE, ODIHR missions, the Parliamentary Assembly of Europe, to report on that as well, that there's an effort to discredit the electoral authorities on election day and the day after the election. So my advice and counsel is work very closely with all of these election commission bodies. I invite you today to brief the IRI and NDI delegations. We're going to be doing our briefings jointly. So I'm issuing a formal invitation to brief our delegations in preparation for this election. And thank you again for the fine job that you are doing.
Thank you so much. And I guess that with all the discussions that we had at the end of this session, it is quite clear that issues that we are discussing, they are complex, they are complicated, that we have lots of challenges ahead of us, and we need to think collectively what to do with these new trends. And I'm happy to see that during the day we will have the discussion with political parties and lawmakers. So actually addressing Jessica's question, how AI, for example, could be seen as a positive tool for campaigning. I guess that that's what we will be discussing during our next session. At the same time, we will be discussing today, there were many mentioning of how to regulate. And I guess there is no silver bullet yet. So we all collectively need to discuss and to see what is the way forward and to exchange experience, what proved to be successful practices from the region and how we can benefit from these successful practices, but also from failures. Sometimes when we see that something didn't work in other countries, also a good lesson learned in order to decide what to do. By this, I want to wrap up our current session. Thanks a lot, our distinguished experts, for excellent presentations and open and transparent conversation with our participants. Thank you so much, dear participants, for being engaged and asking such interesting questions. And also I would like to thank our interpreters who were with us during this session. We have interpretation into Romanian and Ukrainian. So thanks a lot for helping us to communicate with each other. And by this, I wish you a nice lunch, which will be downstairs, and we will resume our conference at 2:30. So enjoy your lunch and looking forward to seeing you in less than an hour and a half. Thank you.
Just the truth. Just the truth. No, I'm presenting the director of IRI, resident program director of IRI Moldova, with amount of political experience. But then I let you to do your. Oh. Is it okay? Yes. I'm not sure. Okay. How to present you then? Then I'm saying the name and that you represent, and then you can talk about yourself, present yourself. Okay. I'm from political party, so I'm not a speaker, but for example, Vladimir Ari is this member of parliament, but I represent only legal department of this party. I'm not a membership or. It's okay. You're a representative of. Cred că începem panelul următor și rog toți vorbitorii să ia loc.
I think we're about to start the next panel. Please, all speakers step on the stage and take your seats.
Așa. Cred că toți vorbitorii sunt pe loc. Putem
I
să
think all
începem.
speakers are available and I think we can begin. Hello, everyone. My name is Nadezhda Sakovic, and I'm the Deputy Director of the International Republican Institute, the institute for which democracy is key, and funding of the political parties is extraordinarily big and important. Things need to be viewed from different angles. And here in the panel, we have representatives of political parties. So we will be able to talk about their internal kitchens, processes, challenges that they are facing, both governing parties and parties from opposition. We have representatives of parties from Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, Poland, and Sweden. I'm so happy about that. The first speaker is Victor Spânu. He's member of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. He represents Action and Solidarity Party. Victor, you have the floor. Thank you, Nadia. Distinguished audience, thank you very much for the invitation. When we're talking about the financing of political parties, I must say that 5 or 7 years ago, this panel would not even have been possible, or if possible, in a much more restricted format. 5, 7 years ago, the funding of political parties looked very different. We were the only party who have seriously considered having an extended network of donors and supporters. And it's not because we were more democratic than anyone. The times were like that. Before PAS, that's the name of the political party, decided to take small donations from people, parties were mostly funded by several individuals. They were not necessarily known to people. They were hiding behind the scene. And they were using political parties as an investment. And if you invest, you look for dividends. And this costed the country a lot. The path to correct financing was very difficult for PAS. The banks didn't want to open an account for receiving the donations from people. We developed a module which we installed on a web page. And by the way, I'm very happy that many parties have copied that module for donations almost identically. We went to the banks of Moldova and we said that we want to receive a lot of donations in the amount of 20, 50, 100 lei made by card. And we have received a lot of ungrounded refusals because the times were different. Banks were afraid. They were afraid to mediate such transactions. And businesses were afraid to openly support a particular party, which was not necessarily in good relationship with the current government. Things have changed. The greatest problem was probably the change in the mentality and vision. When I was personally asked, Victor, would you like to donate for the PAS party? My first response was no, because I am donating my time. When we were doing our field activities, we didn't have any funding. We were the ones who paid the fuel. We used our own cars. So it was very weird to me to donate money for the party. And then I asked myself the question, if I do not do this, then who would? Who is going to change the views on the funding of the political parties? There were a few more people who were contributing to the financing of the political party, and we ultimately succeeded. There was a beneficial change for all these small parties newly appeared in the Republic of Moldova. There was public funding, which means that the party gets a particular amount of money from the state, depending on the number of votes that they manage to accumulate.
Însă care noi altfel nici cum nu avea să putem să le obținem și să obținem rezultatele care le avem acum. Deci această finanțare de stat poate fi privită critică de
And you see, the public funding may be viewed critically, but it actually does a lot for democracy compared to other. And they allow, this funding actually allows parties fight in equal conditions. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Guy Kvartanean, member of the Parliament of Moldova. He represents the party, the Movement for Alternative in Moldova.
If you allow me, I'll speak in English. The increasing cost of politics and operation expenses for political parties are undeniable in the digital era. Online spaces and digital technologies are being exploited by some political entities to disseminate disinformation, such as fake news, deepfake images, audio and video content about their opponents. And this poses a challenge due to restrictive legislation, which aims to regulate political party financing and campaigns in Moldova. Now, everybody understands and knows that politics is a very expensive toy. And in Moldova as well, as year by year goes on, the politics are getting more and more expensive. And in Moldova especially, there are several divisions. If you divide parties at political spectrum, there are parliamentary parties and non-parliamentary parties. And there is a ruling party and all other parties. In both cases, parliamentary parties have lots of advantages, at least two advantages. They have a parliament to speak and they have a budget financing. As far as the ruling party has the advantage of they can use all the administrative resources, including financial resources. And unfortunately, all the other parties in the spectrum, except parliamentary parties and ruling party as well, they have to somehow use digital platforms to express themselves. Now, legislation, the current legislation for political parties and political financing in Moldova is overly stringent, presenting multiple issues. Also, one of the concerns is the lack of the political culture among citizens and businesses to support political parties and campaigns. Convincing people to donate is particularly difficult when it involves providing extensive personal information and when donations are made public. The hesitancy is rooted in historical fears of political repression for supporting openly political parties, not aligned with the ruling regime or parties. Businesses face similar reservations, and I can say that from my own experience, for experience where our party had, that there are some businesses that were approaching us and said, we want to support you, but we're afraid that once we support it, once the information is being published by CEC and other people, we may face checks from financial authorities and they don't want to donate. Now, while the regulation is necessary to oversee political financing and campaigns, the stringent rules disproportionately burden democratic parties adhering to regulations, while those seeking to evade them find it easier to circumvent. The imbalance underscores the need for effective governance and oversight. Now, we know that there is an institution, the Disinformation Center or so-called Patriot Center, that has been initiated, I think, about half a year ago, more than 6 months ago. Unfortunately, I mean, we didn't see them. Hopefully, we were here at the first panel. Unfortunately, we don't see any information. We don't know. We didn't have any reporting on what's happening with this center. Evidently, we as a party, we as a parliament, and we as a society want to know how things are going as far as combating disinformation on state level. And there's another problem. Most of the non-governmental organizations are doing very nice and great job on finding disinformation, fact-checking, and working with social media platforms, etc. But there are some NGOs that abuse their position. There are some NGOs that not only do that, but they also interfere in election process, unfortunately. During the campaigns, they use money to have an advertising to denigrate one of the political competitors, and we had that on our experience. Unfortunately, I mean, well, not unfortunately, evidently, NGOs, they do not report to National Integrity Office. They do not report to CAC, so they're not regulated at all. And sometimes some of the NGOs, they abuse that power. And at the end, there are some rumors that some of the people in the ruling party are thinking about bans on the Telegram and other platforms, which is, I guess it would further restrict the freedom of speech, and it's a harsh matter. But in the meantime, as our description of the panel says, discussion will touch on the issue of sponsoring foreign interference in elections, as well as the consideration for political parties in balancing national sovereignty and political freedoms. I would want to, for us to change our perspective on that issue. If you take a look at this imaginary scale from the most authoritarian and closed regimes, starting from North Korea, Iran, and then you go Belarus, China, Russia, and then you have on the other side of the scale, most liberal democratic countries, such as Western Europe countries, Nordic Europe, United States, Canada, and other countries. What is the final destination that our country wants to head to? If you have the more and more restrictions year by year, what would people, the general populations, think about the ruling party and the government that makes more restrictions? And they would think, is that the European Union that we want to go to, that bans Telegram, that bans TikTok, that does more and more restrictions? I don't think so. I don't think so, because neither in Europe nor in America, didn't have any success banning TikTok, banning Twitter, or Telegram. But in the meantime, I think there should be some restrictions made on official advertising, for example, advertising on foreign advertising during the campaigns. So you can, for example, advertise only within the country, not from other countries, India, Russia, Romania, Turkey, United States, Canada. You can only put in advertising from within Moldova, for example. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Krzysztof Lisek, country director of International Republican Institute and a politician with a vast political experience.
Thank you very much, Nadia. First of all, especially my boss, Steve Nicks, is here. I have to say what I will tell now is not an official position of IRI. It's my own experience and observations because I was politician, sorry. I was twice elected to Polish Parliament, once to European Parliament. I also lost 3 campaigns, but I also observed elections in many countries. I was also leading election observation missions in, as I remember, in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Armenia, in Kenya, and finally a long-term EU mission in Guinea-Bissau. I don't know if you know where is Guinea-Bissau. I observed these processes in many countries in the world, not only in Europe. And my first remark is, of course, they are, like Steve said, there are different legislations and different electoral codes in the countries, which has consequences for financing campaign. Because, in some countries, we just compete between parties, like in Moldova. But in my country, Poland, people compete mainly within the party. Because we say in Poland, there are 3 levels of enemies. Is enemy, then is big enemy, and then is colleague from my own party list. Because we have open list, means we compete in Poland. The 5th one with the 7th one, the 1st one with the last one, because theoretically in our country, you can be first on the list and lose elections. And you can be last on the list and win elections, because who has more votes is a winner. So it's completely different system than here in Moldova. And it has consequences for finances of campaign. I don't want to say everyone is cheating, but many of candidates are cheating. And I would say this is maybe controversial, what I will say now, but even in Poland, developed democracy longer a bit than in Moldova, even in Poland, authorities have no chance to control everything. Means every single penny spent for campaign. Why? Yeah, even the classic campaign. How you can control how many leaflets I will print? If I'm not sending by post, I'm giving in door-to-door campaign using my volunteers. Nobody can control it. Who can count how many billboards and banners I have? Nobody is able to do it. Even everyone, CEC plus local authorities plus police and tax office and everyone together, you have no chance to control it, simply. And this is about classic campaign, you know, but also another example, sorry to say, but it's used in some countries. How you can control how many telephone calls was made from abroad to voters in Moldova. For example, from Romania. You cannot control it. You have no chance to control it. And then going to the digital campaign. Yeah. Mission impossible, in my opinion, to control big part of the campaign. Because even if you control the formal adverts in Facebook, and Facebook will share with you these figures. I tell you, according to my experience, I was leading many campaigns, not my own, but presidential and so on. And adverts, it's a little part of the campaign, especially today. The trend is your campaign is mainly PR. It's PR and not adverts. People don't believe in adverts. Your campaign is, let's have an example. You're a candidate, but you're rich people, and you are opening 2 weeks before elections, you are opening and you are sponsoring a shelter for homeless dogs, stray dogs. People love you because of this, and people will vote for you. Is it campaign? No, it's not. You can say, I planned to open this shelter 3 years ago, and I'm doing it now. Or any other charity activity, you cannot take it as campaign, and you cannot control it, simply. And then about the adverts, how you can control adverts which are ordered from abroad. Today, the elections are in Moldova, but the adverts can be ordered from Colombia or New Zealand or North Korea or any other place. And if it's made through Telegram, which is not cooperating in any way with election authorities, to control it is simply mission impossible. So, but yeah, this is my main thesis, that it's more and more difficult, and it will be more and more difficult to control campaign finances, due to fact that main part of campaign is not advertising anymore. This is trend everywhere. It's not about television advertising, it's not about social media advertising, it's PR. This is what people do. And then how you can control, I don't know, comments on Twitter or Facebook. And these comments are mainly now hidden campaign. It's made positive by your supporters. They comment on Twitter, for example. They retweet. Or it's negative campaign against you made by, hired farms of trolls, bots, and so on and so on. So this is campaign, and this campaign is more important than to put billboard on this big palace or to buy advert in television. By the way, less and less people are watching television. According to IRI opinion polls regarding young voters between 18 and 30 years old, 75% of these people don't watch any classic TV. No, the world changed completely. Their TV is their mobile phone, and this is what I said. The comments, PR, charity, and so on and so on. Imagine a sportsman who is candidate, and he has tournament of tennis, and he is winning during campaign the tournament of tennis. People say, yes, he is national hero, and they vote for him or her. And is this campaign? Is it something, the tennis tournament, is it something Central Electoral Committee can ban? No, no. So more and more candidates do campaign, I would say, without campaign. And this is very, very successful in many cases. So my conclusion is it will be, maybe this is controversial, I say, but it's mission impossible to control big part of the campaign and finances. Even the state is strong and not weak. Even the structures are strong, because candidates do campaign differently than 10 or 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krzysztof. Next speaker is Volodymyr Ariev, European Solidarity, member of Verkhovna Rada, Ukraine.
Thank you very much. And it's my fourth convocation in the parliament, and I would like to say as response to Mr. Lisek that really money doesn't decide everything all the time. My personal experience, I won elections against two very, very rich men in my constituency, and I gained more votes than both of them. So that's why I would like to talk more about trust. And I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference that I can use my native Ukrainian language to speak. So I will be continuing on Ukrainian, if you don't mind, of course.
Esteemed friends, first of all, I would like to draw attention to this topic of trust, because trust and funding are connected in many aspects. In particular, Ukraine, that has moved to the next stage of democratization of funding of political parties, in particular public financing, still cannot move forward. This because of the war that continues for 10 plus years now, and the last 2 years in the as part of the full-fledged invasion, as hot parts of war. But there are other trends that impact that as well. In particular, right now in Ukraine, we are promoting such phenomenon as fundraising, but this fundraising has nothing to do with political activity. Currently, people are crowdfunding to support the armed forces of Ukraine, to buy drones, to buy cars, to buy mortar sites, to buy whatever they can to help protect and defend the country. This is priority number 1A. But as to political parties, there's still a huge problem. In particular, currently, the trust to political parties in Ukraine, according to the latest Razumkov Center research. Razumkov Center is the biggest think tank analytical center in Ukraine. So it's 2.5% full trust. Partial trust is 12%. With such indicators, you can not collect enough. There are lots of voices that say that funding of political parties right now is money wasted. So that's exactly why it's important to raise the issue of the culture of political parties. And it's still a fledgling phenomenon in Ukraine because people still do not trust political parties, in particular because of the actions of the institutions that form such political parties. The trust to the parliament has dropped sharply lately. The trust to the government that has been formed by the parliament has dropped as well. And this is the reason why we would not be able in the nearest future to move to the next level. What should be done? In this regard, we need to explain to people that when they fund the political parties, when they make donations to political parties, they have full right to demand and impact them. That is to say, they become fully and totally the actors in this political process. But for the time being, people believe that the maximum they could do, especially party activists, is to spend their time for the political party, which is free from the time when they volunteer to help the armed forces of Ukraine. But at the same time, we need to instill trust between the participants of the political process. In order to instill the trust between the participants of the political process, we need to make a couple of things. Firstly, change the laws. Currently, the Ukrainian legislation on funding of political parties has gaps. In particular, I can give you an example. When an insufficient donation into the campaign of this or that candidate might become the reason for that person to be appointed later on, like happens in the city of Rivne, when a person donated a small amount to support the campaign of the mayor of the city of Rivne, and then that mayor appointed that person, and then it turned out that that person was a corrupt official. He was prosecuted and he was disbarred. Also, those in Ukraine who are currently responsible for enforcing the legislation on political parties are the political parties themselves, like those who are making the donation do not declare that they comply with those requirements. So all the responsibility is on the party, and the party often enough is not able to double check that the person who is the donor of this party complies with all the requirements of the law, because no declaration is being filled and filed. And this could be used by political opponents to attack this political party. Also, another important issue is lack of trust to controlling authorities. In Ukraine, unfortunately, we have rampant corruption. You're aware of that. And these problems are as relevant today as they were when we became independent. And since there is no trust to controlling structures, there is no trust to court system, to judiciary, ultimately, people do not trust that these structures would be able to honestly and transparently assess, monitor, and evaluate the activities of political parties. Another aspect, mutual trust between financial structures like banks and political parties. After the law on political exposed persons was approved, the banking system categorically refuses to deal with anything that has the labeling of PEP, politically exposed persons. In Ukraine, we have quite efficient banking services that allow to conduct fundraising momentarily, like Monobank. Often enough, people gather funds to support the armed forces, but Monobank doesn't want to deal with political parties or with any politically exposed persons. They keep their distance from them. And this is another important consideration for us to deal with when the time comes for upcoming elections. And the time is coming. It's inevitable when we will have to reinstitute democratic procedures in Ukraine, namely elections. So, of course, these are not problems that are unique for Ukraine. Worldwide, we see the reduction of trust to traditional political parties and the increase of populist political forces or radical left and right-wing parties, well, depending on historical period. Why? Well, in principle, because as part of the effort to curb money laundering, it's still an uphill battle. People talk a lot about this in the EU, but let's take the example of the Russian Federation. Have they introduced straight away efficient tools and mechanisms to make sure that Russia would not be able to use their agents to affect the political agenda in Europe? No. The global market of money laundering, according to the estimates of a friend of mine, the professor of Munich University, who used to be a banker in Goldman Sachs and other banks. Unfortunately, he died a week ago, but he evaluated that this is $4.2 billion trillion dollars a year, money laundering worldwide, annually. And we can't see any efficient efforts of FATF to counter that. Latest example, yesterday, Russia has not been excluded from the blacklist of FATF. As it turns out, this is the country that could exist and cooperate with the whole wide world according to FATF organization. So when people see that, plus cumulative effects from the manipulative materials that have been multiplying in social media, it creates this problem of lack of trust. That's why I state, when we reinstate trust, not only in words, but in deeds as well, only then we can claim that efficiency and transparency of funding of all political parties, the application of modern methods will become more efficient. Thank you.
So the next speaker is
Пані
Victoria
Любов
Krihan. So she's coming
Кригар, я
from the
перепрошую,
Servant of the
перекладу
People
немає.
MP from Ukraine. Good day, dear participants. I would like to greet all the participants. Thank you very much to the organizers for the honor and the possibility to be together with you today. So the adoption in 2015 of the legislation in Ukraine with regard to prevention of political corruption has significantly changed all the rules for political parties, as well as initiated the reform for political financing. Once the legislation has come into force in 2016, many issues and many aspects have been subjected to a lot of restrictions. And during the past 2 years, after the new legal provisions have come into force, it showed that many political parties were not ready yet to enforce and to respect the new legislation. For many of the political parties, this legislation was actually a surprise. In particular, that was a surprise for the Russian political parties. A very important task for the next years was to create a new system of accounting, and that would be the reports of political parties, Polydata, that started working in May 2021. Along with the full-fledged invasion of the Russian Federation, so the National Agency for Corruption Prevention and Combating had to limit access to this registry in Ukraine. Nevertheless, in December 2022, the access to this registry has been restored and the political parties started reporting once again. Due to the opening of that particular registry and of the reports provided by the political parties, so we had the possibility to get information and to see how money is being spent by the political parties and who is funding this kind of political parties. And this is a very important instrument to monitor the money under war conditions. In short, in the budget of 2024, in total, the funding of political parties that are represented in the parliament, so 840 million hryvnias have been allocated. So the political parties, so the Opposition Party for Life from 2022 is not being funded from the budget because the activity of this bloc has been prohibited based on the decision of the court. According to the same Polydata registry, approximately 200 political parties from Ukraine have not met the requirements of the law and did not report to this national agency for the years of 2020-2023. So in practice, we can say that the same kind of reporting of the political parties shows that the development of online technologies makes a major influence on the expenditures, on the costs incurred by the political parties. The reporting of the political parties, as well as the monitoring of the revenues of the political parties, is a very important tool in order to ensure national security of Ukraine. At present, in Ukraine, 18 political parties are already prohibited. So they are prohibited based on the court decisions. Why they are prohibited? Why they are banned? Because their activity of these political parties include war propaganda, incitement to threat, incitement to integrity and sovereignty and security of the country. And also they conduct an activity which is against the Ukraine as a state. During the elections, parliamentary elections from 2019, so there was a pro-Russian party that participated. Now this party is prohibited. So this is the Shari party, gained as a result of the elections, gained 2.34% of the voters. So this party used to be funded by Kremlin. During the election campaign, the Central Election Commission of Ukraine discovered a lot of violations in the reports submitted by this political party. According to the law at that time, that was enforced at the time of election, the right to enjoy the state funding used to have the political parties that had exceeded the threshold of 2% after the elections. In the autumn of 29, so this threshold has been changed from 2 to 5%, has been increased. It is important to mention that the right to enjoy funding from the state are given to the political parties who have gone beyond the threshold of 5%. First of all, the statutory funding shall not be connected to the elections campaign, as well as they're being paid for reimbursing the expenditures that they have had during the elections if they went beyond that threshold of 5%. So it's a well-known fact that the non-democratic regime are taking advantage of the digital technologies in order to influence the electoral campaign, and they do this much earlier than the election campaign itself. So the situation in the information space of Ukraine is much influenced by the war. The day has come, and we have to acknowledge, everybody has to acknowledge that information has become a new type of weapon. I will give an example. Before the peace summit that was organized in Switzerland, the Russian propaganda intensified the topic of legitimacy of the president of Ukraine as well as of his term of office. Also tried to distribute a lot of fake news and negative information in order to sabotage that particular summit and the participation of all the countries there. It is important to mention that in order to combat all the threats to the national security of Ukraine in the intelligence and information field, so we have created the Center on Combating the Disinformation. So this is a new institution that identifies and discovers a lot of propaganda, disinformation, fake news that are being spread using different kinds of channels. First of all, mass media, different kinds of social platform, Telegram, and some other channels are being used. So identification of the source of funding and of the information itself are actually correlated. It's important to see the information and the channel of funding. For instance, according to the data of that center, the Russian propaganda is spreading weekly 166 million of disinformation posts about Ukraine on different kinds of platforms, be it Facebook, Telegram, Instagram, X, the majority being channeled and focusing on discrediting the Ukrainian authorities as well as of the armed forces of Ukraine. On top of that, Russia has intensified its disinformation campaign in order to discord as well as to influence the public opinion in the European countries, so where the elections would take place. So the elections that will take place in the Republic of Moldova, this is like a rehearsal. That's an example, as a result of which we have to take some conclusions. We have to draw some conclusions about the future of our countries, because eventually, at the end of my presentation, I would like to thank cordially the organizers for the possibility to speak Romanian, because language is very important. It's very important to speak the language of your friend, the friend who is understanding you, who is supporting you when we are in difficulty. I hope sincerely that the next conference that will take place, we will have the possibility to discuss about elections that would already take place in Ukraine, because this year, so this is the as a wartime, but if it had not been for the war, maybe we would have had this parliamentary presidential elections. I hope very much that that would become a reality for Ukraine, because I'm sure that it would win the war and would reinstall the peace in this region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Nadia Mersishvili, so the political party for Georgia, deputy chair of the party.
Thank you very much, first of all, for this opportunity. I would like to thank our international partners who are present here, IRI, NDI, Venice Commission, and others who have contributed a lot throughout many, many years to the democratic development of Georgia. Well, our situation is very complex. I can't take out separately the political party financing without going into the details of the current state of democracy in the country, because right now we have authoritarian type of government, anti-Western government. One person is totally controlling all state institutions. And I'm going to speak more on the role of the political corruption and shadow money, which has huge influence on the politics. And we can't avoid discussions on that. That's what I wanted to say. So 3 years ago, Georgia was a champion, as all of you know, champion in democratic reforms. We were leaders in the associated trio, but unfortunately today, democratic reforms are halted and we are 2 steps behind Ukraine and Moldova. Russian law, which was recently adopted in the country, has formalized authoritarian type of governance in the country and change of the foreign policy. So we have anti-Western authoritarian leadership and ahead of very decisive elections, which is taking place in October. This year we have 0 independent institutions and unfortunately no legal or political instruments which can ensure conduct of free and fair elections. Unfortunately, in this ongoing clash between democracy and authoritarianism, our government has placed Georgia on the side of Russia. We have no checks and balances. I'm not speaking about public and Georgians because, as it was mentioned by Mr. Nix, 90% of Georgians support country's European integration, but unfortunately it's the government who is dragging country back to the Russian orbit. So there are no checks and balances, no functional separation of powers. We have one person who has illegally consolidated, he holds actually absolute powers. He has illegally consolidated those powers and is governing countries through various illegal means. I would like to point out just 3 of them: organized crime, political corruption, and shadow money, which has huge influence on the political process, especially during pre-election campaign, and propaganda and disinformation, which was covered by many of the colleagues here. So he has full control of state institutions, including anti-corruption institutions and anti-corruption bureau, which is newly created. It has a function of monitoring of the political party financing, but unfortunately, these powers were transferred to him from more or less independent state audit office, and current anti-corruption bureau is not independent. So his chair is appointed by the prime minister, who is loyal to the oligarchs. So there are serious issues of independence. Also, there is a violent mob operating in the country, which is unfortunately supported and financed directly by the government. And political intimidation, systemic threats, systemic pressure, violence is unfortunately a widespread practice, especially during a pre-election campaign. So propaganda channels of the government-controlled propaganda channels cover approximately 80% of the information network. So government has huge influence. They are controlling the so-called trolls and bots and so-called experts who are sitting on the government payroll, and these people have significant influence on creating the false public opinion in the country. Also, another dimension I would like to mention, Russian-style discourse on protection of sovereignty and traditional values, which is creeping into narratives, and I would say it's widely applied by the government. 2 most recent examples which we had in Georgia, it was the adoption of the Russian law, the so-called law on the transparency of foreign influence, and the second anti-LGBT law, the so-called law on the protection of the family values. So both both of these legislation, they have totally different, their main goal is the manipulation with the public opinion and influencing the outcome of the election. Also, government is trying to create a false image of the West, which was also mentioned here, that the West is organizing a revolution in the country, providing financial support to NGOs. So they portray the West as the global war party, as the government invented it. I would say with the sole intention to outweigh direct Russian influence on the state institutions and also inevitable Russian interference in the upcoming elections. That's the purpose of the government. Just briefly more on the political corruption and shadow money, which is the main source of financing in the country in the absence of functional anti-corruption institutions, as I mentioned. Shadow coffers, which is administered by the ruling party and by law enforcement and state security services, is accumulating tens of millions. Especially this amount is doubled and sometimes tripled ahead of elections, and ahead of October elections, we will have the same situation. And they are acting in collaboration with the big businesses, with the criminal schemes and the corrupt deals. So this money which is accumulated in these shadow coffers, which I mentioned, is used not only for bribing voters, but also for bribing officials and disinformation and propaganda. So now the question is, in current situation, which is very unfortunate, and we very much rely on October elections. We very much rely on pro-Western Georgians who we hope that will create the highest turnout on these elections. We very much rely on our international partners. These elections are decisive to bring Georgia back on a democratic track, at least to bring Georgia back to the situation that we had 3 or 4 years ago, and bring Georgia back on European and Euro-Atlantic track. So in current situation for political parties like us, and I'm going to bring our example, which is neither supported by oligarch or does not rely on corrupt money or does not have its own television, which is also a widespread practice. In Georgia, we very much rely on the social media. These are the tools that we often apply, and we very much rely on in-person communication with the citizens, with the voters, and we are doing in-person meetings throughout the country because regions are most vulnerable because they don't have access compared to the capital, Tbilisi, they don't have access to the social media. They are most vulnerable to propaganda, and we are very actively working in the regions. Also, donations of party members, which was mentioned by colleagues here, we also widely apply because whenever, let's say, a business person decides to donate, they are immediately approached by state security service. So level of persecution, pressure, intimidation is so high that people refrain actually to officially donate to the party. But I agree that we have to double our efforts, sometimes triple our efforts to operate without any financial support. So what is the solution for the country? For the party, we have some strategies, right? We can somehow tackle this very unfortunate situation. For the country, the solution is building of consensus-based democracy, which will be, in my opinion, inevitable after election. We will have coalition government, building strong institutions which can be resilient to one-party rule and resilient to political changes. We have to end one-party rule in Georgia, which has been a practice not only under the current government, but also under the previous government. For this, we need to protect elections. Well, now there is a question in this authoritarian leadership, how can we protect elections, especially when Russian law targets NGOs and they target media, the last remaining independent instruments, I would say, and guarantees for free and fair elections. So people are left as guarantees. Recent developments in Georgia, you have all seen hundreds of thousands of Georgian citizens have taken to the streets, and they are translating their, I would say, anger. We should translate that anger into the votes. We need highest turnout, and that's the direction we are actively working. We need international support here, and I would like to use this opportunity being here and ask our international partners to support us in this direction. We need to invest more in civic activism, because these people are really willing to show up on the polling stations and protect the results. And also we need long-term international observation missions with a clear mandate to call a spade, because elections are not rigged on election day, even though we have right now, for the first time, government is applying electronic technologies. I'm not doubting the credibility, but what I'm saying is that election rigging is already ongoing. So we need extraordinary instruments to protect elections, and here we need international support. Once again, on behalf of Georgian citizens and on behalf of Georgia, I would like to thank audience here for supporting Georgia's democratic development, and I'm sure after elections we will rapidly catch up with Ukraine and Moldova and gain our place in associated trio again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Martin Angeby, Country Director for National Democratic Institute.
Thank you very much, Nadia. And I'm on the panel not because I'm with NDI, but because I've been 20 years in a Swedish political party, including as campaign manager and executive chairman. I've been the one actually undersigning the reports to the Central Election Commission where we disclose our finances and so on. So I'm really happy to be able to share that perspective with you. And it's really nice to hear from 5 different countries in the panel. Of course, they're extremely different, but at the same time, some of the threats are actually common to all of us. What we're talking about, the huge influence of social media, etc. Sweden just a couple of years ago reopened its agency for psychological defense, and the Prime Minister already 4 years ago said that our elections are under threat, and they are. And we've seen it repeatedly in elections that foreign attempts at influencing the elections are very common. And unfortunately, also within countries, people are using inauthentic methods to try to win those elections. Very recently, we had a European Parliament election in Sweden, and in a case of investigative journalism, the right-wing populist party was caught. Actually, for the first time, there have been rumors about their troll farms, but actually applying troll farms in Sweden, using the government support money for parties. So government support for parties is not a magic thing. And of course, the right-wing populists, did they say, oh, we're very sorry and it won't happen again? No, they double down and say everybody's inauthentic, they are using different methods to suppress us and so on. And their voters also believe it. So it's a really, really difficult situation that we're in. But I think it's really important that we remind ourselves that political parties are a force for good in society. You cannot imagine democratic elections, political representations, articulation of people's views without democratic political parties. They are really needed. They are most often among the least trusted institutions, and rightly so, because they want to act on your behalf. So you should be very skeptical of them. And also, when you say political parties as a collective, well, in the case of my country, there are 8 parties in parliament. Maybe you trust one of them, but if you ask collectively, the other 7, you don't like them so much. So political parties are not trusted, but they are very necessary. So we shouldn't talk about political parties as if there were football hooligans or motorcycle gangs. No, they are actually something good that should be treasured, and we should take care of them. We should nurture them, and that should also be the approach of the people who implement the regulations. is not to catch the wrongdoers, but it's actually to help all parties to comply with the rules that have been set. And that's a mindset that's a bit different, but I think it's also much more helpful. Parties are, and Christoph mentioned this, parties are in permanent campaign. Parties are always communicating with voters, and it's very artificial to say that there is an electoral period, because parties are always out there meeting citizens, and they should. Citizens really complain. What they really like the least is they say, you political parties, you only come to my doorstep once every 4 years to ask for my vote, but apart from that, you never ask for my opinion. And I think that at least the party that I come from, and I know that many other parties as well, actually have much more of a permanent dialogue with the citizens. And of course, that dialogue on the one hand is that, well, you want to serve the citizens, but on the other hand, of course, by serving the citizens, you want their trust to keep serving them. You want more support, and that's a good process. It's not a bad process. We have to, if we regulate, we have to regulate for good behavior and nothing else. And we absolutely do not want to eliminate the good behavior. Government funding for parties have positive and negative effects on political parties. The positive effect is that there is less corporate funding. There's less need to go to a rich guy and ask him for all his money. But the bad side of it is actually that if the party secretariat and the leadership of party get their money from the government, they get less responsive to the members, and they get less dependent on member support, financial support. And that's not a good thing. I mean, parties should be broad-based mass movement. They should be dependent on their members, and the members should collectively decide what the party policy is, and the leaders should implement it. That's how it should work. It shouldn't be a vertical relationship to the members where they just have to follow a leader. The leader should respond to the citizens, and the party as a whole should respond to the needs of the country as a whole. So that's what we want to achieve by regulation. And over-regulating things, there was a question in the beginning, is too much regulation better than no regulation? I mean, many people would argue actually that less regulation is better, that the regulation tend to miss the point anyway, that you spit out the gnats and swallow the camels, or maybe you're looking for the keys under the street light, even if you lost them somewhere else, but there is actually some light under the street lights where you can find things. Something that I think is, I know that's applied in the Swedish system and in the German system that's different from many other countries, is that you have rules, but it's not an institution actually auditing you. You use professional auditors to verify if the party is following the rule or not. And then the audited report is sent into the authority. And of course, if the auditors have noted irregularities, then you have an extra check and so on. And I think that kind of approach, I think both that the parties actually shouldn't be, and particularly if there is questions about the legitimacy of the scrutinizing bodies, maybe you don't want to disclose all your secrets to them, even if you're not doing anything wrong. But I think also it responds to the capacity problems of electoral authorities. If they don't actually have to have a bunch of economists and accountants going through all the party files, it can easily be done by professionals. One thing that I think people do not understand about political parties is how small they are. I come from a party that's been around for 100 years in an established democracy, but I would say that we have less than 10 people in the head office of the party. People imagine hundreds of people because everybody knows the party and they see it in elections and it's present in all over the country. But in terms of staff, it's very few. And if you put a lot of compliance rules on such a small organization, it's going to be very difficult for it to cope. And I know that this is complain here in Moldova, where you have very small parties trying to, I mean, they have, you know, they are not going to influence the future of this country at this point because they are not small, they are not represented in parliament. Nonetheless, they have the right to political participation, and then demanding a lot of compliance from such small entities seems a bit of an overreach. I think it's very important when we devise regulations that we think, how will these rules be applied in the hands of our adversaries? And that's another reason to have fewer rules rather than more rules, because the more rules you have, the more they can be misused, even by, well, you have to report something and then the authority has to say, we have received report before you can continue. I mean, even such small dealings between a party and an authority can, if the authority does not have good intentions, there can be procrastination at every step. So if there is no demand, well, then you can just act as you want. You have your freedom, use them. I mean, this is really what it's all about. And yeah. Another thing I think is in all democracy, in all healthy democracies, civil society organizations, NGOs, should be active in electoral campaign. This is really their chance to get their issues on the table. The environment movement should demand answers from all the parties on climate change. And well, if there is a party who doesn't care about climate change, naturally, they will make that very visible. They will not encourage voters to vote for this party, but that's a normal part of the democratic process. And it can be wolf hunting, it can be Palestine, it can be anything that citizens care about. It should be put on the table. It makes the democratic process much more vivid. And I think that in the case of Moldova, for instance, I think that the activity of civil society is overregulated, and I think it's actually against their freedom of association and expression. I understand why the regulations are there, but I think that you're killing important elements of democracy in this sense. Finally, I see that we've been talking for a while. I would like to say that it's really important for the democratic political parties to get together to speak about regulation on the level of actually on the executive level of Secretary General, so people are actually dealing with compliance and dealing with the real life campaigns and the real life management. They need to get together and speak about what kind of rules do we want. It's like, you cannot imagine, I mean, there is a football tournament going on in Europe at the moment. When you're going to speak about changes of the rules, you talk about between the football teams. You don't have a conference of referees talking about how to change the rules. It's really about the teams. It's about the parties in our case. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And now I'm gonna give a possibility to our speakers to address the replica, but just 1 minute for each. Please keep in mind we have very few.
Speak fast.
Speak fast, exactly. And afterwards, we're going to open the floor for questions. Very few, unfortunately, so make it fast, and we'll ask our panelists to answer. So, Victor, you are the first one, and then Krzysztof.
Yeah, I wanted to debunk some of the false information that was spoken from this stage about the idea of blocking social media channels in Moldova. That will not happen. That is not possible, first of all, because this kind of stuff is possible where in countries where you have a closed network, like China, like North Korea, and Russia is also trying. In case of Moldova, this will not be possible. But second, it is not efficient at all, because closing some social media just means that you're not solving the problem. It means that the audience will go to another social media platforms. But there is some context involved in that. So in case of Ukraine, if you ask me if it was a good idea to block Odnoklassniki and Vkontakte, definitely yes. In case of Moldova, this will not solve the problem. It will just move it to a different place. and that is not the right time to play with some kind of this kind of power. There are no serious discussions about this. So, dear colleague, this is not true. There is some of the discussions between MPs because we are in a situation of hybrid war provoked by Russia, and we are under attack, under informational attack. That means that some of the MPs think that this is a good idea, but this is just not an efficient way to fight with fake news, with trolls. This is just another way to give them another possibilities. As a matter of fact, the solution here would be the education of your people, and that will take a lot of time, but this is the most efficient way, because if you teach your people to trust, to verify the information, to trust only the reputable sources, that is the way to go in the long run. And there are many other ideas, but unfortunately, it is not just, it will not work. Thank you, Maria.
Mulțumesc, Victor. Krzysztof?
As I speak almost every week with Martin, I see more and more similar opinion. So I fully agree. It is over regulation. Some regulations here in Moldovan law sounds to be purely nonsense. Give you an example. A silent day of Saturday and Sunday, it doesn't work, because you can do many things abroad or from abroad. And Moldovan law does not work in the United States or in Britain or in Germany. Simply not. So we have the same problem in Poland. The politicians of former ruling party, they went on Saturday to United States and on Sunday to UK, and they gave leaflets in the front of Polish churches, for example. So we have the same problem. But I'm totally against this kind of so-called silent day, because you can do everything what you want in social media from abroad, and Moldovan law does not work abroad. That's the main thing. Every politician and party can do whatever they want from abroad, and it's not against the law. The second, what you have here, it's like you cannot use support of people from abroad. But imagine on Friday, President Biden will make his own press conference and asked by journalists about Moldovan elections, will say, being Moldovan, I would vote for Maia Sandu, for example. What you can do? Nothing. It's not campaign of Maia Sandu. It's not illegally made by Maia Sandu. It's a statement of Joe Biden, President of the United States. Or maybe Taylor Swift will do it during a live concert, or Bono from U2. And what you can do? Nothing. Are they violating any law? No, because Moldovan law, once again, does not work abroad. And that's it. So there are many, many methods, PR methods, to go around, to bypass this law. So, and I fully agree, last sentence, I fully agree, election campaign period today does not have any sense, because smart, clever politicians do campaign starting first day after election result is announced by you, President Karaman, you know? So even first reaction press conference of the candidate or chairman of the party is already a campaign. So everything they do, the parties do for 4 years is a campaign. So there is no election campaign period.
Thank you so much. So we open the floor for questions. Yes, please. And then Madam Karaman.
Thank you. I'm Sergiu Lipcean. I'm a representative of academia, and I have two questions. One for Mr. Lishek, if I pronounce correctly. You talked about spending, and it's hard to control the money during elections and how political parties, candidates spend through different PR activity and so on. But what's your take on input side of money? Who can donate? How impossible or possible is that to control? This is my questions to you. And the second question is to Mr. Vardanyan. You spoke a lot about too restrictive regulations of Moldovan regulatory framework of political financing. Can you be more specific about what is too restrictive? How much money donors can give handout? How much money parties or candidates can spend? Or what are these too restrictive rules for you as a member of a political party and MP? Thank you.
Thank you.
Regarding, let's say, donation for campaign, there are, of course, different situation in different countries. On one side, you have United States where nothing is regulated, and you can give $1 or $10 or $10 million. No, and Steve just told me that in some states it's not even obligation to report it. In Poland, we have very strict regulation. It first of all is a limit per person, which is about 10,000 euro per year. It might be donation for political party or for campaign, but still limit about 10,000 euro, maybe 12. And then another limit in Poland, limitation is only a person, a physical person can donate, no companies, and only physical person living in Poland and having bank account in Poland. So Polish diaspora cannot donate for Polish elections and Polish political parties if they are not registered in Poland and if they don't have bank account in Poland.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, it's about restrictions on how much, oh, well, you have to justify the sources. You have to, there are some limits. There are some paperwork that you need to provide with your donation. As a matter of fact, Ms. Karman or heads of CAC can help out with the statistics of how much money is coming through online donations during the period between the electoral campaigns. What are the trends? As far as I know, and I talk to the people not only within our party, with our accountants, I talk to people from other parties, regular, ordinary people, simple people. It's very hard for them to gather the documents and submit online donations. So it would be, I think it would be more useful if we somehow can liberalize the process of submitting online donations. In the meantime, of course, checking up if these donations and if this money doesn't come from sources that are not clear or etc.
Thank you, Madam Karaman.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, dear speakers, who generated a lot of discussion. I wouldn't like to call them contradicting, but we have seen different perspectives, and some of these perspectives are quite exciting. And now, yes, Mr. Lisek said that laws of Moldova do not work abroad. But there are Moldovan politicians who are far away from the country, and they build some political blocks which are not even described in Moldovan legislation. And yes, I agree that this restriction of campaigning on days before the elections, or polling day, or voting day, and there are a few other practices which we probably should eliminate. But unfortunately, in Moldova, parties do not just give leaflets, they also give out money. We unfortunately still have classical corruption of voters. My question is about this excessive limitation. practically all speakers have mentioned limitations of freedom of speech, excessive restrictions, excessive limitations, overregulation, confidence, political culture. And my question is for Mr. Vardanyan. He had concerns about the rumors that Telegram may be blocked, allegedly. And we did say that Telegram is quite popular among the users. And there are more than 2,000 Telegram channels that spread manipulation and disinformation. So where do you think is that limit between freedom of speech and non-regulation of these sources? Because we wouldn't like to say that we have censorship. Should we have regulations at all? Well, maybe this comparison is not very precise, but still, imagine I have a car, which is my own car, and I use it to go anywhere because it's my property. Why do I need to have traffic regulations? I could say that you limit my freedom of movement. You impose rules, which in my view are excessive. So, where does the need to regulate start? Do we need to regulate these platforms which generate misinformation and manipulations? And can we even talk about free choice? And I also have a question to Mr. Anjabi and excessive regulation. Look, we have electoral competitors who need to be on the same level. But some of them can use a lot of money to promote themselves. And this promotion is not always very correct. The adverts are not very correct. Thank you. Do not forget that you only have 1 minute to answer. I can answer either in Russian or in English. First, indeed, disinformation, fakes must be regulated. I'm talking about the eventual banning of particular platforms. Yes, politicians must be responsible for what they are saying, and there is room for regulation here. You are saying platforms. I want to bring you back to the NGOs, which are funded from abroad. And during electoral campaigns, they are openly working against some of the competitors. Should this be regulated? Because they are basically created different conditions for different competitors. Remember what happened in the local elections. What should other political parties do when they realize that they cannot have what others have? And coming back to your question, yes, there can't be full freedom. There's plenty of channels, and I think Telegram will take measures if they see that the challenge is there.
Very quickly, I agree that any disinformation, clear disinformation, politicians have to be accountable what they write on different platforms, including Telegram, first. Second of all, as I said, you have to have some kind of regulation on accounts or politicians, but not on the platform itself. Third of all, in the meantime, as I said, I come back to what I said before with some of the non-governmental organizations that during the electoral campaign are fighting against a certain political competitors And these non-governmental organizations get the money from other countries. So political parties that are being attacked by these non-governmental organizations, they may ask, should these NGOs be somehow regulated or not? They're not. They can do whatever they want. So it's a complex situation. There has to be a balance between the freedom of speech and the responsibility from politicians.
Thank you. Martin?
Yes, I think if we sat down and talked for a longer time, we would probably come to some balance. But just on the level of principle, it's not true that all the parties should be on the same level. In a public debate on TV, on the public TV, yes, they should be on the same level. But otherwise, the government financing, for instance, gives more money to the party with more votes. Everybody accepts that principle. The party that's better at mobilizing its base to raise funds will have more money. And it should be that way. There shouldn't be an attempt to say that you are the 6 parties and you should have exactly the same finances. It's not the correct way of regulating or even thinking. And the same when we talk about correct information. I mean, we cannot have the agency of truth saying this is the truth and this is not the truth. People will not accept that in a situation of freedom of expression. So these challenges, when we take away some freedom, I mean, when we try to protect some freedoms, we take others away. This is very difficult material, but there is no simple answer to saying, oh, we should regulate, everybody should speak the truth, otherwise they shouldn't be allowed, or we cannot say that everybody should be on the same level. But yeah, it's an ongoing discussion, and that's why we have these conferences.
Thank you so much, Martin. Încă 2 întrebări și foarte rapid. Domnul Prochnițchi, foarte succint, vă rog.
Foarte succint.
2 more questions, very briefly. Mr. Prochnițchi, I would like to ask Mr. Spânu about access to sources of information in the Republic of Moldova. No questions about social networks. All parties clear this for themselves. Commercial TV stations as well. You have money, you have access. My question is the following. Does parliamentary majority say that extra parliamentary parties should have access to the public broadcast, which we do not have as of 2021? That's my question.
Thank you very much for the question, but I actually disagree with your statement, because in a question there is a kind of a statement because the ruling party doesn't have direct access to the public television, but it is invited. Likewise, you are being invited, or some other parties, they're invited to different kind of debates or political or programs. If you can give me an example, so where the government or ruling party has had its own program and representing the ruling party vision, because I've never seen it like that. And this is what I wanted to say. And we have to very clearly make a difference, and to make a difference between the governing party and what the government is doing, because what the government does, so this is actually what the country does. And if you said that more broadcasting time is given about the activity of the government, about the process of European integration, that's for the government. That's absolutely different. It's different from your statement, as if allegedly the ruling party has more access to the public television. This is not what I meant. It's absolutely correct to speak about the success of the government, but I'm saying that none of the extra parliamentary party has never been invited to any kind of programs or different. So there was a program, Red Button, and it has been used during some other parties and some other. Can you look into some documents? Because I'm telling you from the documents, I'm not just mentioning the letters that the Green Ecological Party sent in 2023, in 2024, and we have never had any answer until now. So that's the real situation. We are denied any access.
I had a simple, and anybody of you can open YouTube account of Moldova Uno and double check all the programs from the last year, and you will see that more than 80%, 85% of the people who are invited in Moldova who know public television are the people from the ruling party. Simple, anybody can check. This is a taxpayer money. Only one party is more than 80% is presented. Anybody can, or you can open the YouTube channel.
Da, eu doar ca un mic răspuns.
Just a short answer. I will do this check, I will do this analysis, I will make the computation, but look, so there's a possibility there's for manipulation, because if some of the programs you have different political parties being invited, then some of the political parties refuse participating, either because they don't want or because they believe that they are not so relevant for that particular situation, they are not pertinent to the topic. I don't believe that there's a certain type of priority or favoritism being given to the ruling party, unlike the other parties, even vice versa. So, but let me check. Thank you very much to everybody. So we went beyond the time scheduled in our agenda. Last question to the audience, from the audience. Mr. Yeremei Prisezhnuk,
Opposition Extra Parliamentary Party. First of all, thanks a lot for this opportunity to organizers and also to development partners to discuss such an important issue in nowadays. I would like to mention to Mr. Vladimir that we have the same situation with PEP, and it's like labeling in our country when you are talking and you have the connection with the bank institution or even with other state institutions, it's almost the same behavior. By the way, Nadia, can you ask, I would like to ask the questions regarding this level of support from Georgian citizens of this European path. Mr. Stephen Nix mentioned about these percentages, huge percentages of this support of European integration, 90%. Can you explain this difference between this support from Georgian citizens and these reflections in the political landscape in nowadays and this authoritarian regime that you mentioned now in Georgia? Thanks once again for this opportunity, Nadia, and to all development partners.
Thank you, Remy. Nadia, please, but please very brief as we already exceeded our time.
Yeah, I'll try to be really brief because it's a complex question when we are speaking about what is happening in the mind of our oligarch. So to put it simply, yes, population, 90% of Georgian population supports European integration. Actually, the only goal of our leadership is to stay in power. So they are applying various methods from changing legislation to disinformation and propaganda to subordination of all state institutions under the control of the party and of the oligarch. And he doesn't only control institutions, but he also controls media, he also controls experts, he also controls business. He has total control of each and every area with the sole purpose to stay in power. He understands the willingness of the people to join the EU. He understands the attitude of the public. That's why government is trying to undermine public support of the EU, somehow to create a picture that EU and the US are enemies, not friends. They are the ones, this is towards which the government propaganda and disinformation is working right now. They are enemies, they are organizing revolutions, they are supporters of LGBT rights. One day we will all wake up and they will turn us into LGBT, this is the part of the disinformation which they are actually implementing on the ground in the regions. That's how they are trying to change public attitude towards EU. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it until now, and we're hoping that until the elections, they will not be able to change that level of support. That's why we're quite optimistic with the results of elections.
Thank you, Nadia. Mr. Vladimir, one final remark, really final, and afterwards, these discussions, I encourage you to continue over coffee break.
So I wouldn't like to distract you from coffee, of course. Yes, I would like to tell that it's really the legislation on PP is quite exceed that necessary one control. It's over controlled the official incomes and other things, but at the same time, well, it's really triggered the bank system not to deal with PEP at all, but not to impose the really control mechanism. But at the same time, what is the real problem that could be developed in the next elections everywhere is absolutely uncontrolled moving of cryptocurrencies. So financing of campaign, shadow financing of cryptocurrencies is, I think, a new focus that should be of for our discussion in the future. Very briefly, thank you.
Thank you so much. So apologies for running over time, but these discussions are very important. And I encourage you to continue it over coffee downstairs, and see you in a couple of minutes at 6:30 in this room for our next panel. 16:30, apologies. Lack of coffee.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the coffee. We're about to start the third panel of today. But before doing that, I've been asked to say a few words about tomorrow. So tomorrow we are moving from discussing problems and challenges and focusing on solutions. There will also be no one sitting over here tomorrow. Tomorrow is all about us discussing in groups. You have been sent before some issues, some questions to discuss. They have been resent today during the day, so they should be in your inbox right now. Take a look at them when you have a chance. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we'll start directly with these discussions, divided into 3 groups. So political parties, they will be the focus of a group sitting in this room here, with Martin as moderator. Over there will be government agencies. Francesca will take care of that discussion, will moderate that discussion. And civil society groups will be behind us over there. Hopefully we can squeeze into that room. And we will have that discussion. I'll moderate that. So that is focusing on the solutions. Given all the challenge we're talking about today, tomorrow we'll talk about how can we discuss that. We'll discuss that in groups, and then we come together at the end of the day tomorrow, and the rapporteurs will tell all of us what was discussed in the 3 groups. And we'll have interpretation also in those breakout rooms. So that's between 10 and 13 or 1 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, so we're moving in now to the final session for today, which is about the impact of emerging trends on monitoring and oversight of money in politics. And our objective is threefold. We'll talk about how digital and other tools can be used for monitoring political finance and online campaigning. We'll talk about methods of successful interagency cooperations and partnerships with civil society, and analyzing new challenges and successful practices to combat rising threats to political finance, transparency, and control. And as with previous sessions, we'll have our panelists making presentations, and we'll open the floor for comments and questions. Okay, so let's start with Veronika Bilkova, who is Vice President of the Venice Commission and at the Council of Europe.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank you for having me here and also for organizing such an interesting event. I have already learned a lot, and I'm sure I will still learn a lot both today and tomorrow. At the end of the previous panel, one of the speakers highlighted the risks that might stem for democracy from the lack of regulation of NGOs receiving foreign funding. And I would like to draw your attention to the risks for democracy that might stem from the presence of such legislation regulating foreign funding. So I will actually be speaking about the so-called foreign agent laws. And I will proceed in two steps. I will first kind of introduce this legislation just to give you an idea what it encompasses and what it does not encompass. And then in the second step, I will draw your attention to the main shortcomings that the Venice Commission has identified in the foreign agent laws that we have so far assessed. When doing so, I built largely, obviously, on these opinions, which mainly refer to the Russian Federation, Hungary, Kyrgyzstan, and most recently, Georgia. And I also built on some more general studies, such as the 2019 general study on the financing of associations, which I would like to recommend to your attention if you're not familiar with it. It's the most comprehensive output so far produced in this respect. So let me start with a factual introduction into this legislation on so-called foreign agents. In the broader sense, we can say that this legislation covers any legal acts which actually apply to entities, mostly NGOs, media, social media, broadcasters, sometimes also individuals, simply because these entities receive foreign funding. Defined as such, the category actually covers two very different types of legal acts. On the one hand, it covers laws on lobbying, such as the US FARA or a more recent Australian FITSA. These are laws which actually apply to entities which both receive foreign funding, but which also have a very special relationship to their foreign principle, because they act under the control and at the orders or under the direction of this foreign principle. So there is a special relationship of control and direction between the funded entity and the foreign principle. These are laws on lobbying. The legislation on so-called foreign agents, however, also covers a second category of laws, and that is the one that I focus on today. And these are laws where this special relationship of direction or control is not required. And the simple fact that an entity receives foreign funding from abroad is enough to make it into a foreign agent, because it's somehow assumed that even a very small amount of foreign funding, even a dispersed one, might make this entity or does make this entity into someone serving foreign purposes or foreign interests. This legislation of this latter type has recently, I mean recently means in the last almost 15 years already, the first laws date back to 2011, 2012. So this legislation has been already adopted in quite a large number of countries, including those I've already mentioned. That means the Russian Federation, Hungary, Kyrgyzstan, and Georgia, but also other countries, for instance, Belarus, India, Israel, or Nicaragua. Now, these laws are very diverse. They are not identical in their content. And there are actually, how does it move? No idea. Oh, sorry. I've already, yeah, I'm here. They are very diverse. Some of them simply prohibit foreign funding, but that's a minority approach. We find it, for instance, in a country that I did not mention before, Egypt. It's more common for these legal acts to regulate foreign funding, and they do so based on 4 pillars that we find in many of these laws, and it's exactly the combination of these 4 pillars which makes these laws so problematic from the legal and also societal and political point of view. So just briefly about these 4 points or 4 elements of this legislation. The first one is a certain title, a name that these laws impose on these entities. The most the best known one is obviously that of foreign agent, but we can have other titles or other names, such as, for instance, an entity pursuing the interests of a foreign power or anything similar. What is shared is that these titles are not neutral in the relevant language. They always have negative, pejorative connotations. So that's the first element, the first pillar. The second element is a set of obligations, additional obligations, that the legislation imposes on the entities labeled as foreign agents or something similar. So there is conventionally an obligation to register in a special register, the obligation to report more commonly, more frequently than other entities do, the obligation to disclose a large amount of information and data, sometimes even private data, not only to the authorities, but also to the general public. And then sometimes some additional obligations, for instance, many prohibitions, the prohibition to take part in elections being potentially one of them. So this is the second pillar. The third pillar or element are additional powers that are conveyed on state authorities, normally the Ministry of Justice, but it can also be another authority with respect to these entities. These powers are quite diverse, quite strong, often undefined, and they usually encompass the power to undertake general checks and monitoring of these entities. Finally, as the last element, this legislation introduces harsh administrative or even criminal sanctions that are imposed on those entities which either fail to register or fail to abide by any other obligations foreseen by this legislation. What is problematic about this legislation? I think it's already kind of stems from what I have just said, how I have described these laws. We have had several opportunities at the Venice Commission to assess these pieces of legislation. We've done so in our usual way. That means we took the legal standards, mainly those contained in the European Convention on Human Rights and the ICCPR, especially the standards that relate to the right to freedom of expression, the right to freedom of association, and the right to privacy. And we checked whether the legal test which is foreseen by these standards has been actually respected by the countries at stake. I just recall the rights I have just mentioned are not absolute rights. There may be limited. So there is a possibility of actually somehow restricting foreign funding. But when doing so, the states need to respect the three-part test of limitations of human rights, the three-part test of legality, legitimacy, and necessity/proportionality. What we have established that in the case of legal acts we have assessed, and once again I recall those have been the laws adopted in the Russian Federation, Hungary, Kyrgyzstan in the past, and Georgia, we have always concluded that these standards have not actually been respected, and that the respective laws have mostly failed in all the three parts of the test. So let me just briefly introduce what was problematic, and that can be kind of a worst practice that can also be used in future if someone decides to limit foreign funding and wants to do it in the good way. So this is this is something to learn from. So the first element is that of legality. Under this element, when restrictions are imposed on foreign funding, it's necessary to have a legal basis, which normally is the case, but also this legal basis needs to be precise. That means clear enough for people to understand what it means. It should not contain unclear, imprecise words, and it should not grant excessive powers to state organs. As I already mentioned, this is exactly what happens. So normally there is a legal act, but this legal act contains a lot of imprecise terms: political influence, political activity, foreign funding, many similar terms, and it also grants excessive powers to different state organs. So that's the first element. The second one, the element or criterion of legitimacy, restrictions imposed on foreign funding needs to pursue one of the legitimate aims which are explicitly mentioned in the human rights instruments. This is, for instance, national security or the protection of rights and freedoms of others. very often states propose other aims, the most common one being that of transparency. This word already appeared several times in our discussion, and we would probably all have the tendency to say that transparency per se is a very good thing, that it's important to have transparency. This is true to some extent, but it's important to keep in mind first that transparency in itself is not a legitimate aim under the human rights instruments. So it needs to be linked to other legitimate aims that are indicated there. And second, that absolute transparency can be as much dangerous as the lack of transparency. I don't think we would all want everyone to know everything about ourselves. The same applies to NGOs. If you reveal personal data about their members, their families, that's not a desirable transparency. So that's the second problematic element, that of legitimacy. Finally, restrictions imposed on the foreign funding of different entities, including NGOs, needs to be necessary and proportionate in a democratic society, which means, first of all, that it needs to pursue a pressing social need. It needs to be established that there is some requirement, some necessity to have such a legislation. Such a necessity obviously should be established in light of certain data. That means that states should make an analysis, see what the situation is, and then produce data showing that it's really necessary to influence, to limit this foreign influence because it is dangerous. In all the countries we have scrutinized, there has not been any single analysis carried out. So this dangerous element of foreign funding is conventionally presumed rather than established, which is not in compliance with international standards. At the same time, and that's the second part of the test, oh, I'm moving too quickly. Sorry. At the same time, the element of necessity and proportionality also encompasses the requirement of the measure adopted being the least intrusive one. So it needs to be checked that more good is produced than harm. This, however, is not the case, and the foreign agent legislation, and we see it especially well or badly, how you want to label it, in the Russian Federation, where this legislation has led to the destruction of the civil society. So we see that this legislation conventionally has, and very often is designed to have, destructive effects both for entities targeted by this legislation, but also for the society more broadly. So just to sum up, 4 points that I would like to stress, for main points of my presentation. The first one is that the foreign agent laws that have recently been adopted in various countries, the most recent one being those in Georgia and Kyrgyzstan, are very different from the so-called lobbying laws, such as the US FARA, even if often the authors of the first laws, of the former laws, refer to FARA as the model. This is not the case. These are very different types of legal acts. Second, these foreign agent laws, at least those that the Venice Commission has had an opportunity to assess, usually fails in all the 3 parts of the human rights test. That means in this part of legality, legitimacy, and necessity/proportionality. The third message or point is that these foreign agent laws establish something that can be described as a trap model for those entities targeted by them. That means that these entities are doomed both when they comply with the law and when they don't comply. If they comply, they have their reputation tarnished, they are destroyed by all these additional obligations which are imposed on them. They simply can't operate because of that. But if they don't comply, they also are doomed to fail because they can't operate simply. They are fined, some of them are dissolved, or they simply are not able to meet these requirements. So that's the third point. The last one, the fourth one, is that foreign agent laws have a negative effect not only on entities targeted by them, but also on the society as a whole, because they have the tendency of affecting civil society, of affecting the democratic debate, and of destroying all that in a very short time, as again we have seen unfortunately in the Russian Federation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the other presentations and to the debate.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure there'll be various questions and comments about that later on, but in the interest of time, Lina Petronine, Chairperson of the Central Election Commission of Lithuania, please.
First of all, I want to, it's okay? First of all, I want to express my gratitude to organizers for invitation. It's always very interesting and very useful to participate in this regional conference. And I am from Lithuania, and the main legal act who regulates political financing is Election Code and Law on Political Organizations. These two acts stipulate different requirements like legal sources of financing, limits of donation, limits of political campaign expenditure. But for this panel, I think the most important element is the use of an information system to collect, verify, and publish data on the financing on political parties and political campaigns. And Lithuania has been using digital tools to monitor and disclose political finances for 20 years already. And in the very beginning, we had no special provision in the law. Only almost 10 years later, we have a provision in the law. So in the beginning, we start without law. And here you can see the main users of our information system, and our information system helps CEC to perform three roles. First, transparency, to publish all reports on our website. Second, as Mr. Angebi said, the assistance. We help political parties and participants of political campaigns to follow the rules. We give an information for them to know if they can accept donation, and etc. So it's an assistance. And the third one is to control. The CEC check all reports, all illegal financing, and so on. And our system has different links to different registers. For example, the links to residence register and to state tax inspectorate allows participants to get information in real time if a donation is accessible. That means that from residence register, they receive information if a donor has a right to donate, and from state tax inspectorate if a donation meets the limits, because donations in Lithuania are related to declared income of donor. And this interagency cooperation and data integration is essential for empowering participants of political campaign to follow the rules and ensuring the integrity of political finance information. About transparency, here you can see documents which should be submitted to the CEC by participants of political campaign, media, monitoring of political advertising, independent auditors, and all reports which are above red line are published on our website. And not also reports are published, but we have created data sets, several data sets. You can use different filters and to search for information across different campaigns, different period of time, different subjects, and this makes this information more accessible for different analysis. Speaking about assistance, so political campaign participant in our information system has an information about legality of donation. If it is, as I said, if a donor has a right to donate, if the donation meets the limit and the other requirements. Also, we have receiving for control limits of expenditure, control of debts, and different control checks before submitting reports are performed in our information system. We also have access to monitoring information, and of course, all reports are generated in our information system. And the success of digital tools depends on, it should be user-friendly. So we have a lot of filters in our information system to help them to analyze their own information. Also, we have some information blocks which summarize information on key indicators, and this works also as filters. And also we use different colors for the records which need more attention, or it can be possible errors, just to pay attention them to look through very quickly through this information and to, how to say, to repair mistakes. And the fact that CEC sees the same windows, the same information as all other subjects of users of our information system helps to consult them and to, how to say, to be more user friendly. And mostly all expenditures of political campaign, about 85% goes to political advertising. That is why special attention is paid for political advertising. Participants of political campaign, they should declare social media accounts before sponsoring political ads, before sponsoring we are posting these accounts. Also, we have to submit very detailed report on political advertising, and we have more documents, more reports in our information system to find an information about advertising. Media, we declare their prices and conditions before campaign and produced advertising during political campaign, and monitoring is performed by Central Electoral Commission. Usually we hire a monitoring company, and also election commissions, lower level election commissions monitor political advertising in their region, and we use ads libraries of social media which are publicly available to count the expenditures on social media, and all complaints and notifications are used as monitoring information too. And digital tools allow us to control financing during all campaign, and after election, all reports are checked by CEC and independent auditors. And CEC takes a decision to append reports when undeclared expenditure or undeclared funding is found. And our information system has an analysis tool which groups the information from different sources, participants, media, monitoring company, and elections commissions into 4 columns and less rows. It helps us to look more quickly through all reports and to find matches and differences between information of participant and media or monitoring, and it helps us to identify undeclared expenditure, some hidden financing, and sometimes this hidden financing is illegal. And then we can apply sanctions. So the information system allows us not only to publish reports, but also to check and evaluate them and to detect different violations of a law, illegal financing, undeclared donations, expenditure, exceeded limits, and etc. And last but not least, benefit of our information system is prevention or assistance to decrease breaches because of mistakes or lack of information. And we have some plans for the future. We would like to implement tools for hide sensitive information in uploaded file like contracts, because we publish them, and which can be very different. Contracts can be scanned, can be PDFs, can be docs, and this would eliminate the need for manual redaction by participants and reduce the burden of CEC, because we have to verify, to look through all contracts before publishing them. Because of this GDPR, also we hope to have a paperless submission of all reports, including all documents, invoices, contracts, and we would like to have algorithms to analyze bank statements and automatically generate templates for registering donations, membership fees, payments of debts related to political campaigns. And I think it would save time for participants of political campaign, for political parties, and for CEC.
Thank you very much, Lina. Next, we hand over to Pavel Postica, Deputy Chairperson of the Central Election Commission of Moldova.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be very brief. And I will review the money from Moldovan politics and the way in which Central Electoral Commission of the Republic of Moldova is trying to ensure monitoring, supervision, and control of political funding in Moldova. I'm confident that we could talk about money and politics endlessly. We can organize many similar conferences. The irony of fate is, however, that today, during the first two sessions, I had to go to court as a witness expert, and I had to explain the procedures of financing political parties. And it took me about 2 hours to make my statement, then answer the questions of accusation, and there's still another round to follow because I have to answer the questions of lawyers. In the area of digitalization, the modern technologies and methods go hand in hand, and they are being used by all stakeholders, particularly by political parties. They are fighting for power. That's a battle. And they are very often thinking that any method is acceptable, that the goal justifies the means, and the goal is to win the elections. And the worst thing is that the control authorities must reduce this negative impact. We must reduce the amount of undeclared financial resources. We must reduce the use of unlawful methods, because we need to restore the reasonable and fair balance in the electoral competition. Now, in terms of the political process in the Republic of Moldova, here I must admit, and this was very bluntly pointed out by the colleagues from Ukraine, political actors do use money. They often use foreign money, money coming from other countries. They want to maintain or take over control of particular states. They want to keep under control particular processes. And Moldova is no exception. Financial resources from Russian Federation, which is proven by law enforcement authorities, are present in Moldova. Let me briefly tell you the key aspects of the most recent campaign, general local elections in autumn 2023. What were the major forms of erosion of legal norms? First, artificial electoral blocks have been created. They were concealed, and these blocks included political parties, independent candidates. They campaigned one in favor of another. They used undeclared funds, and they benefited from this transfer of image, which was present in this concealed electoral bloc. And of course, the costs have not been reported because the bloc has not been set up officially. Of course, enormous amounts of money have been used, enormous, for the Republic of Moldova. The money came from abroad, and the money came from Russian Federation transiting other countries, third countries, and then reached the Republic of Moldova. The undeclared funds have also been used. Very often the legal thresholds have been exceeded, and that's again unfair competition with other candidates. The undeclared funds have been used for direct corruption of voters. Money has been paid directly to voters. for their votes. Undeclared payments to the sympathizers and volunteers, and also costs to maintain the channels to transport or legalize the funds coming from abroad. Of course, that was unofficial payment. They also paid for polygraphic services, but they never declared who provided these services. And they would get T-shirts, baseball caps, and other things that are used during the campaign. And that went together with the media campaigns. In the campaigns, you would have the political advertisements in favor of the politicians and the concealed blocs. This was done on social networks and using the media service providers. There were also disinformation campaigns against the counter candidates, and the colleagues from Ukraine have mentioned that. And there were also campaigns to discredit public authorities and their representatives. And a new thing, indirect corruption of voters has also occurred. Those who built that bloc, electoral bloc, selected administrations that were under their control, and some of them were not under their political control, but they declared that they have invested a lot of money in them. There were some contracts allegedly signed with these authorities for sponsorship. And the funds were supposed to be used for several distinct activities. First, they were supposed to provide social benefits to the vulnerable groups. There were alleged investments into infrastructure, roads, kindergartens, playgrounds for children, and so on. Things that come to provide some added value. And also assistance for economic entities in rural areas, farmers. And these farmers were supposed to provide free services to the owners of the land. These were the methods used. And I think at the end I can provide a replica for Krzysztof. First, Central Electoral Commission, with the support of the development partners, is constantly developing a financial reporting system similar to the one presented by colleagues from Lithuania, which would allow the reports to be uploaded in the system with precise, distinct budget lines. Information about the revenues obtained. And this information would be available both for control authorities, for the broader public, and for the investigative journalists. Central Electoral Commission created a cooperation agreement with several public authorities, and we have a plan of actions to prevent such phenomena. We included General Police Inspectorate, Ministry of Interior, National Anti-Corruption and Intelligence Service, Financial Intelligence Unit, Tax Inspectorate, Anti-Corruption Prosecution, State Chancery, Audiovisual Council, Electronic Governance Agency. If I missed someone, please excuse me. And we had continuous communication inside this group. And we have identified the key trends that we have noted based on the notifications that we have received. Last but not least, the mConnect governmental interoperability platform allowed us to get access to different systems managed by other public authorities, which allowed us to conduct some inspections quicker and, of course, quick examination of notifications and complaints about cases of illegal funding of political parties. So to conclude, I personally believe that the key to success in countering illegal financing through digital platforms as well would be a combination between traditional methods of cooperation between public control authorities and new digital methods that could allow for exchange of information, that could allow other public authorities verify information. And there is another thing that I would like to draw your attention to. The second part of the key to success, that's prompt sanctioning, which should be discouraging. Otherwise, we will not be able to reduce illegal financing. This may sound very harsh, but if we continue to apply those sanctions post factum, we will get nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Next, Sergio Lipchern, a research fellow at the Department of Comparative Politics, University of Bergen in Norway. Please.
Thank you, Magnus. Dear ladies and gentlemen, stimați participanți, eu am să vorbesc în engleză, e mai simplu pentru mine.
Distinguished participants, I will speak English. I have my presentation in English, and it will be easier for me to comment on some things.
Mostly about the technical dimension of party funding and money in politics. However, I would like to highlight the fact that we have at least two dimensions here. So one is the technical dimension, and the second one is political dimensions. What I'm going to say, everybody knows, but somehow we omit to highlight this every time we meet at such events. The fact that political parties are the rule makers and rule takers make them very special actors in this framework of money politics linkages. And political parties are those who set the level of transparency, the level of control, and the level of sanctions for political funding transgressions. So we must bear in mind that this is a fundamental aspect of political financing control, be it regular party funding or election campaigns. So when I'm talking about political funding control, I'm talking about three aspects. There is transparency. We talked about today a lot about transparency. The second one is the supervision. So who controls political parties? And the third one is sanctions. So how much punishment partisan candidates receive when they violate funding rules. So these are three dimensions, and all of them matters at the same time. None of them will be effective without another one. Imagine transparency without control or without sanctions. So transparency in this case, if somebody violates, does not disclose the report and so on, there won't be any sanctions for that. So I will skip a bit. I'll focus on only about the questions. Does financing oversight, party funding control matters? This picture reflects the relationships or the connection between the corruption risks and the level of supervision and transparency in the European Union based on the last 2 Eurobarometer of citizens and businesses. So there is a clear connection that when there is less transparency and supervision, citizens and businesses believe that bribe taking, abuse of power, rigging of public contracts and tenders are more widespread compared to a situation when there is more transparency. So whether this is true, we don't know, because these are surveys based on citizens' perceptions. But if we start from the point that what citizens and business community believes about these matters, then their perception of how corruption is related to party funding, supervision, and transparency matters as well. And transparency, digitalization, because we are talking about digitalization, is a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, as previous speakers highlighted, it allows civil society, oversight bodies to track the money flows more efficiently. On the other hand, it also allows more sophisticated ways to circumvent transparency regulations. And just to give you, because we are talking about digitalization, but somehow we are lagging behind. Just some recent journalistic reports unveiled that in Europe, only 7 countries provide the full transparency of party funding and electoral donations. Only 7 countries. I'll come to this issue a bit later. So in other cases, we still don't have enough transparency in terms of showing who donates and how much. Now, the question is how much balance should be between public interest of knowing who donates to political parties and the privacy of donors, which somehow is justified. It's a sensitive issue, and every country regulates in its own way. But just to give you an example, in Spain, which is in Europe the country with the highest level of disclosure threshold for donations, is 25,000 euros. So basically, from 2016 until now, there was no donation exceeding this threshold. So basically, you don't know who actually gives money to Spanish political parties. So imagine this kind of situations. Now, what I'm saying again about control is everybody knows, but I just try to systemize for myself because I'm a researcher. And you have 2 dimensions of control. How much powers the control institution has and how much autonomies. In a very simple exercise, we have this kind of 4 types of control. So the best one is when you have a robust control, and the worst one is when you have a weak control. Other 2 types of control, they generate a bit of more ambiguities, and also they generate a more discretion for the oversight bodies to act. And when you have a bit of situation when the political regime is not so democratic, when the rules are not respected, and when you have a politicized control body which can apply and interpret the rules at its own discretion, that's a dangerous path regarding control. The same goes with sanctions. Again, there are 2 types of dimension along which sanctions must be assessed. One is the range, how many sanctions we have for party funding violations. And the second one is how harsh or how tough these sanctions are for potential perpetrators. And here again, we have different combinations. This is the simple model of low and high in terms of very long, very wide range and very narrow. But in between, we have many potential combinations which make control very messy. And again, leaves at the discretion of enforcement agencies how they can interpret and apply the rules. Again, however, none of this is independently or relevant for having a bigger pictures. And when we put those together, we have a very interesting result. So basically, only the darker upper right type of control is going to work, so to be effective. All the others are create a very blurry, ambiguous regulatory framework which allows a lot of discretion. Now, some previous speakers talked about the fact that we have to trust political parties and we have to help them. I fully agree with such an assessment, but the question still remains what to do with those who do not have goodwill in complying with the rules. And in this respect, again, I'll come back to transparency because and this is data from a colleague of mine from another university. So he made this research for IDEA. I just borrowed his data. And you have the transparency levels at the EU level. So the darker, it should be other ways around, but the darker is the better in this case. So this is the state of digital disclosure. So it means that you can easily access party funding and campaign reports online. In Europe. So this is for disclosure of campaign spending in Europe. You can see Moldova is that tiny country squeezed between Romania and Ukraine. So we are not so good at this. And then we have the party annual accounts. Again, the darker the better. And finally, we have the donations. So the donations, the donations, digital disclosure. So how easy to access donors' records in European Union. And we are still, there is a lot of work one needs to do in terms of making the financial reports accessible. So moving from the paper to digital formats. And so in this case, the digitalization and the AI, whatever tools we use will help. But the control as such, so what relates to who is in charge with party fundings and controlling compliance, it remains still an open question. And it's a political, not only technical questions. Digital discourse might help oversight body to track the money trails, but they still need the resources, powers, expertise, and a certain level of autonomy to fulfill their duties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergio. We are moving to Victoria Maximova, senior analyst at the Chestnut movement in Ukraine. I do need to ask all our panelists to make sure you stick to the time.
Yeah, I don't see my presentation here. I hope it will show up. Okay, so I will start. So I represent the Chestnut movement, and we have been working on the topic of political. It's not my presentation. Yeah, and we have been working on the topic of political finances for nearly 9 years. So we tried a lot of different strategies toward making political finances more transparent in Ukraine. So we have a few insights about this. And I will narrow my focus on the topic of digital tools and political transparent to the topic of political parties reporting and using digital tools in this sphere. So information comes first, and we can see here some framework which includes political parties, regulatory bodies, civil society, and citizens. So basically, all of us, we have a right for accessing the information, especially on political parties and political actors. And political parties and political actors in general are obliged to disclose this information. So digital tools can manage this process of disclosure and access on all of the four levels, because political parties, they can submit their information, their financial information to the regulatory bodies by using digital tools. Then regulatory bodies can open this information for civil society also by using digital tools. And then citizens, they can also access this information by using digital tools. But usually it happens with the moderation of civil society, because for most of the people, it's hard to understand all of these databases that are provided by government bodies. So usually it's much more efficient to use civil society help in this topic. And then also we have reports. So here, digital tools open a lot of place for improvement of data analysis in 3 different terms. So first, it's verification of the information in these financial reports of political parties. Also, it can be investigation, and these two topics usually are much more popular between media, society in general. So when you do some articles, write something, or do some researches, usually it's much more interesting for people to read about some investigation, or, oh, this party misused their resources. But it's also important for civil society to focus on research to understand better how political parties are using their money. So it's also the way to use digital tools. And the next 2 examples I will provide, they can give you some broader picture of how it can work. So last year, when I was talking here in Moldova, I told you that we had a big problem in Ukraine. We had a lot of transparency because political parties hadn't had submit any reports for almost 4 years. But situation has changed, and now we have a Polydata platform. So political parties, since the end of the last year, obliged to submit their reports to the NACP through this Polydata platform. And basically, they are obliged to do it for the period of from 2021 to the following years. And now we have more than 1,200 reports of central offices. And if we include the number of regional branches and their reports to this number, we have more than 30K reports. So you can imagine now you can find it on the one platform in the internet. But before this, political parties had to submit piles of paper, spreadsheets with all of this stuff. So you can imagine how much of paper it would be if we didn't have a Polydata platform. And one of the main advantages of this platform is the API that allows researchers, journalists, civil activists to access the information faster and easier, and also which allows the next platform, the goal of the parties, to work more efficient, because the Chestnut Moment has been administrating this platform for a really long time, and you can ask, okay, so why do you need 2 platforms that provide information on political parties' reports? But if the Polydata platform, they provide like general information from all of the parties, sometimes it can be hard to find something for like a regular citizen that it not which like don't have any experience with working with API or any technical skills. We also have the goal of the parties, where we focusing on user-friendly access for the journalists, for the citizens, for all whom are interested in the topic. And actually, the one of the main advantages of the goal of the parties platform is that we are providing a lot of visualization of this data, because it is much easier to understand how political parties build their budgets for elections or for general political activities when you see how it looks on the image, when you can put some, I don't know, some request, and you will have all of the information and you will see it like by your eyes. And also we are focusing on providing additional information. So we are connecting to the different register. For example, we are connecting to the register of tax reports. So when you can see, so this party has received a donation from this donor, and then you can see that this donor hasn't declared that much income. So it is much easier for journalists and for activists to find any insights on the political party's report. So I will skip this slide, but I will focus on this and I will end my presentation. So we found some parts of the successful strategies toward making political money more transparent. So first, it is important to have those platforms like Data because it provides the basis for anyone actually to work with this and to provide more information and to verify this data or to do monitoring of political parties or to do investigations, or even for political parties it is much easier to submit their reports and to be transparent actually. And the next one point is really important because it is like essential to have not only API, which allow to work with the platform those who have a lot of technical skills, but also user-friendly web interfaces. So it will become much easier for people to understand political finances. And also about user-friendly web interfaces. So I already told that visualization are a key part of this like user-friendly part. So it is really important to provide different graphs and to provide different tools for people to see this information in a more accessible way. And sometimes it is hard to find any solution for the emerging trends, for the AI, or for like, I don't know, interference from abroad. So it is important to search for new creative solutions. If we talk about social media monitoring, sometimes it is better to use some kind of like academia style analysis, like network analysis, to find something in these social medias and to just do a monitoring of Facebook advertising data. And it is I think it is almost impossible to find these new creative solutions without internal and external cooperation. So it is important for civil society to work with government bodies. Sometimes it is important to work with political parties and with usual citizens. And it is important to have conferences like this to do this exchange of points of views. So you could actually find these creative solutions to make it strategy more successful. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. We move next to Ryszard Kalic, member of the National Electoral Commission of Poland. Please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for invitation. It is a great privilege to take part in this conference. And I ought to frankly speaking, the politic needs money. The politics not exist without money. But the politic must be honest. Must be honest for all. For parties, political parties, for members of parties, for voters, and first of all, for the state, of the democratic rules in the states. But it is never-ending story. Never-ending story. We on this panel told about impact, new solutions, new digital solutions and other new solutions for financing of politics. You know, in current world, it is every day battle. It is every day fighting. And first of all, in this battle ought to take part all authorities of the state. We in Poland have since Polish Round Table State Committee of Election. It is independent committee and every members are independent. Me, for example, I am not member of party. I am also practical lawyer. I am owner of law office. This membering in committee, state committee, it is very important. It is for me honor activities. But for all works state election office. It is normal already officials office. On the top of this office stay minister, chief of the state official office. Every materials prepare for us, the employees of this office. It is not small. Almost 300 people worked in this office because we oversight, we organize and oversight all state elections in Poland. Normally for parliament, presidential, European, but also election for national judges council, for example. You know, it is many, many works. But me and other 8 members of State Committee of Election, we cannot to examine evidence, to examine other documents about elections. It is obligation of the state election office. We have statement of this election office only for us, every members of this committee. It is very, very important because enough one information. For example, last European Parliament elections, June 9. It was in Poland Sunday. On Friday, Secret Service gave us message is maybe will be digital attack from Eastern subject for electronic equipment of state election office. It is already a problem in Poland. Please remember, Poland, quite Moldova, but not simple, because this region in the east of Moldova belongs to Moldova, but Poland is one state on the worldwide which has border with Russia and Ukraine. You know, we have in Poland now 3 million Ukrainian refugees. And every day, we carry on defense against hybrid attacks from Russia and Belarus, especially for the digital systems, especially for our election digital system. And for example, last year, we decided that a central register of voters will be not inside electronic system of state election office, but in the government. In Poland is digitalization ministry, and digitalization minister carry on central register of voters. It is very, very important because in Polish election have rights to vote also every Polish citizen outside Poland. But Polish diaspora, the people with Polish citizenship, it is 20 million people. And every Polish citizen has right to vote in election in Poland. You know, in Poland, we have, for example, population 40 million with right to the election 30, but outside 20 million with right to the election 25. Please remember, it is very, very complicated work and very simple to digital hybrid strike. It was not exit this attack on the time of European Parliament election, because we have already very good blockade, the digital blockade against attack. It is very, very important, very important. And for example, every day in Polish media, especially social media, other platform, also somebody told about Russian platform Telegram. You know, our group of bots of also normal Twitters, normal information, but it is attack against Poland, against normal activity inside Poland, against also election system in Poland. You know, and the owners of Facebook, the owner of platform X, for example, are in United States, not in Poland, not in Europe, not in your country. Elon Musk decide about system, Twitter system on the platform X. It is problem for us because it is also communication, information for people about this process, that not every Twitter has the true messages, the true information. The next, advertising. You know, in Poland, last election and not in last, are very specially advertising. It is advertising of product, but everybody knows that it is support for concretely parties committee. You know, it is very similar word, very the same symbol and others. I ask you, it is financing of campaign, illegal financing of campaign, but the prosecute of this illegal activity is very difficult, very difficult. And I know I ought to finish, but we as Polish State Electoral Committee in this month, we ought to accept or not accept a statement of finance committees in election for Parliament October 15. It was the end of ruling Law and Justice Party, very populist, extreme rights party which destroyed the constitutional system. And for example, this party created from the state money, justice system. And from the financing, for example, fire brigade, villages, society, only in this place in which started to the parliament members of this party. It is illegal financing of company, but very difficult to subsumption, to evidence. Thank you very much. I am sorry that I spoke too long.
Thank you very much. And our final panelist for today, Carmen Raluca Voitu-Toader, Director of the Verification of Political Parties and Electoral Campaigns Division, the Permanent Electoral Authority of Romania. Please.
Thank you very much. Even if my presentation will be displayed in English, I will choose to speak to you in Romanian. Thank you. And o să încep prin a vă spune că în România...
So, from the very beginning, I would like to tell you that the Romanian legislation on the financing of the political parties makes a difference, a very clear difference between the activity that is being conducted on the eve of campaigning as well as the financing outside of the electoral campaigning, making that type of difference. Before the campaigning starts, the political parties can use without any limits. So they can use any kind of campaigning materials, but once the election campaign starts, so they can use only the materials for electoral campaign that is regulated strictly by the law. So here you can see some of the provisions about the financing of political parties. You can see the different kind of billboards, audiovisual materials, as well as written press and electoral propaganda materials, as well as some leaflets that have to be printed out. So we believe that, so what is the electoral propaganda? Any kind of written material, be it video or audio, which would refer directly to a candidate, to any political party which is well identified, that is being used in the period of the campaign electoral, as well as has a certain kind of election objective addressed to a certain kind of public and exceeds the limits of journalistic activity. Also, another very important provision about the monitoring and tracking the expenses during the election campaign. So we know that the election campaign become more active on the online platform in order to promote the messages as well as to engage the voters. That includes the use of online platforms as well as the use of the social media in order to reach a wider audience as possible. Tracking the expenditures for the funding of these online electoral materials has proven to be very problematic due to the big number of competitors, electoral contestants. I would like to give you one example. The recent elections from 9th June, and so you know that there has been merged for the representatives of Romania and merged with the local elections, just for the local elections solely. So they had approximately 167,000 candidates that have been proposed by about 83 political parties. Also, there were about 12 citizens organizations belonging to different kind of minorities, 34 electoral alliances, as well as 922 independent candidates. Now, so what kind of limitations can exist for the online campaigning in order to ensure transparency? Although in practice we have noticed that the electoral competitors might carry out some unallowed, unauthorized activities during the pre-election campaign, but based on the current provisions, they have to respect certain kind of provisions with regard to organizing the electoral campaign. For example, we have a limitation of the expenses for the production and dissemination of the online electoral campaigning materials to a maximum 30% of the total expenditure can be incurred, as well as we have this unique identification code that is being designated to each electoral competitor when registering the financial representative in order to be able to clarify clearly who is that particular contestant or competitor who is conducting this online campaigning. At the same time, throughout the entire campaigning, so the financial attorneys that are being assigned, they have the obligation to declare to the electoral standing committee, and also we have a certain kind of deadline, and this is the 3 business days. So they have to show all the information about the electoral costs, as well as all the donations that have been received, and this information shall be made public by the electoral committee, has to be placed on the website. 30 days after the end of the electoral campaign, so the political parties shall disclose and submit to the Permanent Electoral Authority a statement about all the online electoral campaigning materials, production, as well as the broadcasting period of their posting. Also, the election law says that all the means that are being used in the online should not contravene to the law of public order. Upon notification, the electoral bodies that are being set up for conducting these elections can remove the election propaganda, including from the online platform. So the decisions that have been adopted in the past, they speak about the removal of the online materials based on the need to conduct a fair electoral campaign, as well as should be based on good faith and should not seek to violate the freedom of the voters to have a fair and objective opinion or to misinform the voters or electorate. So also, how do we check the funding sources of the electoral campaign and electoral expenses? During the control that is being conducted by the office, for all the materials, for all the online. So we would request any kind of bank account statement, invoices, payment orders, as well as the internet address where the electoral material has been displayed, or as well as the period when it was posted, as well as a copy on electronic media of each of the electoral propaganda material. Also, the electoral authority is authorized to request any kind of documents, information from any physical or legal person who has provided services against a fee or free of charge to the competitors. Violation of the legal provisions about the financing of the electoral campaign is considered as an administrative offense and is sanctioned either by a warning or a fine. So this fine can be from 2,000 to 10,000 euros. The amounts that are being used in the electoral campaign violating the legal provisions on the funding are also subjected to confiscation. If the political parties that receive subsidies from the state budget do not transmit and disclose all the information about the revenues and the expenses expenses that have been incurred, then the EP can issue a decision to temporarily suspend the granting of that particular subsidy. So if all the provisions are being complied, and if the competitors have received, they can also obtain about 3% of the number of votes. They use private funding, then the electoral authority can reimburse the electoral expenses that have been incurred by the electoral campaign. So these are some kind of conditions. So what kind of challenges did we have in terms of the online campaigning? First of all, insufficient regulation of the funding of political campaigning by the third parties. Although the Romanian legislation has a provision which prohibits the funding of the electoral campaign directly or indirectly by the persons, be it physical persons who do not have a Romanian city, or by legal entities of some other nationality other than the Romanian, except for the funding of the citizens of the EU countries that have the residency in Romania, as well as can be members of political parties and whose political campaign they contribute. Another challenge is that some of the publicity is not marked correctly and being used, as well as the fact that the online electoral propaganda does not have any kind of marking, doesn't have any label. What kind of solutions can be used in order to overcome this kind of challenges that I have already mentioned? The Permanent Electoral Authority, before any type of elections, and this year is a very important year, it's a very complex year for us, and all the 4 types of elections will take place. We develop different kind of guidelines on the financing of electoral campaign in order to present clearly all the rules that have to be respected by the electoral during the campaigning. For instance, for example, if the legislation is not clear, how it shall be done. So we provide this kind of guidelines in order to support our competitors. Also, so we believe it is important to include some regulations in the law on the financing of the political parties and electoral campaign, to include some explicit provision about the online electoral campaign, as well as to increase the transparency of information about the online political publicity, advertising, as well as the persons that are involved in the financing, preparation, placement, and distribution of political advertisements simultaneously with the marking of the political ads. Before thanking you for inviting me to this and for this meeting, and I wanted to thank you for the honor to hear so much information from different countries, but also would like to make a couple of comments about the online campaigning, electoral campaign, because these 2 types of elections have been merged, the presidential and local in Romania. So the Permanent Electoral Authority recommended to all the competitors from Romania for the expenditures to be differentiated for each type of election in such a way that would have a fair and the correct campaign organized. Because we might face a situation that a candidate might run for Parliamentary or for local elections, and from the funds of Euro Parliamentary, so they might also use this kind of funds in order to promote their local candidates for the so thereby, so we have said that this kind of funds have to be earmarked into different tranches, so that we would have the possibility to differentiate, verify, as well as the contestants would be fairly treated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carmen. We have a couple of minutes for questions. If anyone has a question, we are very sorry. We are quite late, and it is quite late in the day, but we have had a lot of information from our panelists. Anyone who would like to raise a point? Yes, sir. Pardon, can we have it?
I'm sorry for taking additional time. And thank you very much for your great presentations, everybody. I'm Pavel Kabachenko from IFES. And I really liked the systemic approach that Sergio proposed in his presentation. However, I wanted to ask if you see, I mean, all of you, the place in this systemic approach, because, well, it's not just about the sanctions and, monitoring and transparency, but what do you think about the civic education training? Because last week I participated in the activity by Promolex, where they presented their report of the reports of political parties to the CC and made some analysis of these reports. And at the end, Nikolai mentioned about civic education, importance of it, and training. So what do you think about this dimension in this systemic approach? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavel, for such a tricky question. I was discussing today, and I have a rather, I don't know how to put it mildly, rather cynical approach to this. If we are talking about, let's say, civil society, organizations working in the area of monitoring political party is one issue, and I fully support it. And I only would agree that we need an enhanced, an additional support to monitor the financing of political parties. When it comes to citizens, I'm a very skeptical because I don't expect citizens to spend their time to monitor political parties in a regulatory framework which is very ambiguous even for experts to understand, to devote their time when they pay taxes and institutions have to do their job. So in this respect, I don't think that I fully agree if there are volunteers on the behalf of larger general public who would like to get involved and contribute to this. So I'm only for this kind of approach, but you cannot expect and request ordinary citizens and members of general public to get involved in such a difficult and complex activity, which might complicate even more things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel and Sergio. Yes, we have what will be a final question over there.
Anatolie Prohnitsky, președintele Partidului Verde Ecologist, o întrebare către doamna
I am
Veronica.
the chairperson of the Green Party. I have a question to Veronica, deputy chairwoman of the Venice Commission. The government of Moldova
Le înaintează Comisiei la Veneția
is presenting draft laws to the Venice Commission for advisory opinions. And after they get the opinion, they move on with the draft. And my question is, the Venice Commission in the last 4 years has been recommending to the legislators of the Republic of Moldova to reduce the electoral threshold. And it also recommended to introduce electronic voting. My question is, if you can answer it, of course, what is your internal feeling? How do you feel when your recommendations are not being taken into consideration, particularly when they first asked you for them?
Thank you very much for the comment and question. I will not obviously comment on this particular instance, on the situation with these particular laws. More generally speaking, the Venice Commission is, we can say, an advisory body with respect to states. That means that when states feel it's useful for them to have an external assessment of their draft or already adopted legislation, they turn to the Venice Commission and request an opinion. And then the Venice Commission assesses the draft or the already adopted piece of legislation in line with international standards, and it presents its conclusions to the state. And then it's up to the state, because the conclusions in themselves are not binding, to consider how they treat these conclusions. At the same time, obviously, the opinion is based on international standards, and the international standards in themselves are binding on the relevant states. And for instance, in my presentations, I was mentioning the European Convention or the ICCPR, the International Covenant, on which we conventionally rely. So in case, and now again, I stress, I'm not commenting on any particular country, and I'm not commenting on these two issues that you mentioned. I'm just speaking very generally. So in case the country decides to ignore some recommendations legislations which are based on binding standards, then obviously it might have some consequences for the country, not coming from the Venice Commission, but first on the political level, because very often, for instance, the European Union or the Council of Europe make some decisions based on the compliance or the lack of compliance with the Venice Commission opinions, but also at the legal level, for instance, when the relevant piece of legislation is brought to bodies whose conclusions already are binding. And here I have especially the European Court of Human Rights in mind. So just answering the question in such a general way.
Thank you very much. We will end the session there. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Veronica, for the answer. Thank you, all the panelists, for their comments. Let's give them a final hand. I'll end by, again, a reminder about tomorrow. You check your email. You will have a reminder about the questions that we will be discussing in the breakout rooms tomorrow morning, starting here at 10 o'clock. If you're not sure about which room to go to, the people downstairs tomorrow morning will guide you. Thank you very much for today.